We good, Andy?
We are ready.
Mr. Brock, if we can go on the record. Good morning and welcome, everybody. To start, I'd like to explain how to use Zoom today in order to ensure that everyone can fully participate in this hearing. For audio-only participation, attendees can dial in at 646-558-8656 and then enter the webinar ID, which is 875-6190-8820. My name is Andre Jabot, and I am the presiding officer in this proceeding. I am conducting today's first day of evidentiary hearings for EFSB 2102/D.P.U 2259, Cranberry Point. As part of the bench today are other members of the Siting Board staff: Andrew Green, Director of the Siting Board; Joan Foster Evans, General Counsel of the Siting Board; Wayne Wang, Assistant Director of the Siting Board; John Young, Technical Director; and Eric Logan Hughes, an analyst. Please note that this hearing is being recorded by our stenographer, and video recordings will be posted to the Siting Board's YouTube channel for viewing. This is the first day of evidentiary hearings for Cranberry Point Energy Storage, LLC. Again, the docket number is EFSB 21-02/D.P.U 22-59. Let me explain the guidelines to use in speaking at this evidentiary hearing. There is a court reporter participating remotely who will transcribe everything said during this hearing. As we are all relying on internet connections or telephones to participate, we could experience some technical problems, such as sound from speakers, including potential background noise, video and audio issues, and potential delays. Please speak slowly and clearly. Allow a speaker to finish speaking before you begin speaking, and to pay attention to the video of the person speaking and my video. I will raise my hand as a sign on my video if I need to interrupt the person currently speaking to ask them to stop. Before I begin, I have a couple of administrative matters to address. I am still missing email contact information for the following limited participants: John and Patricia Anderson, and Alan and Gisela Hayes. These emails will need to be forwarded to me so that I can add them to the service list. Also, I plan on breaking for lunch at 1 o'clock and returning to the hearing at 2 o'clock this afternoon. With that being said, may I have appearances of counsel, please?
Good morning, Mr. Presiding Officer. On behalf of Cranberry Point Energy Storage, LLC, my name is Andrew Kaplan. Joining me is Paul Connolly. We are from the law firm of Pierce Atwood at 100 Summer Street in Boston, Mass. 02110.
Good morning, Mr. Presiding Officer. Got a little bit of an echo there. Hopefully that fixed it. My name is Brian Bertram. I'm here for the intervener Save the Pine Barrens. With me is Ryan Holmquist. We're from the law firm of Miaris and Harrington. That's 40 Grove Street, Suite 190 in Wellesley, Massachusetts.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Cuthan. I'm here on behalf of NStar Electric Company, DBA Eversource Energy, who is an intervener in this proceeding. I'm from the law firm of Keegan Worland at 99 High Street, Boston.
Thank you. I note that the company has provided a draft exhibit list. Are there any matters that the parties would like to raise today before we begin with questions of the company's witnesses?
The company has none.
Mr. Bertram?
Nothing right now.
Ms. Cuthan?
I have nothing. Thank you.
Are the company's witnesses that will testify today present and ready to be sworn?
They are, Mr. Presiding Officer.
Mr. Kaplan, would you please identify your witnesses before they are sworn?
Sure. Cranberry Point is presenting 5 witnesses today. 4 are in the room with Mr. Connolly and myself. One witness, Polly Shaw, has COVID and was unable to be with us in person today. Ms. Shaw is having some Wi-Fi issues, so she's also calling in as well. So at least we can hear her. The witnesses are Allison J. Sand, Thomas J. Keogh, Paul Rogers, Chris Caranta, and Polly Shaw, and they are available to be sworn.
For the witnesses that will be testifying today, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You have to answer.
I
honestly.
do.
Please let the record note that the witnesses have been sworn. I have provided a witness and cross-exam schedule to the parties. We will begin today with the questions from the Energy Facility Siting Board staff to the company's witnesses. The topics will be project overview, project approach, site selection, project impacts, and zoning. Please address any objections if there are any now.
Company has no objection.
With that, I will turn it over to the EFSB staff for the questions. I believe that Logan Hughes will begin the question section for the morning.
Mr. Presiding Officer, we
Yes.
have a number of minor modifications to some of the testimony from some of the witnesses. Would it be helpful if I did a short direct to get those on the record?
It would, and you may do so now.
Okay, so we'll start with Allison Sand. Can you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Allison Sand. I'm the Director of Project Development for the Northeast for Plus Power, and our business address is 1780 Hughes Landing Boulevard, Suite 675 in the Woodlands, Texas.
Can you please turn to your pre-filed testimony, what has been marked as Exhibit CP-AJS? Was your testimony prepared by you or under your direct control or supervision?
Yes,
Do you have any updates to your pre-filed testimony?
yes, I do.
Can you
Yes.
provide them?
Line 18 and 19
Of page?
of page 1, Plus Power in 20 as well. Plus Power now has over 8 gigawatts of projects under development throughout the United States. Additionally, page 2, line 5, the project will utilize approximately 82 above ground enclosures. Additionally, on page 3, line 17, the project area is across one property off Main Street in Carver. And that concludes the extent of my updates.
Mr. Keogh, can you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Thomas Keogh. I'm an environmental scientist and permitting specialist with AECom, and my business address is 250 Apollo Drive in Chelmsford, Mass. 02184.
Can you please turn to your pre-filed testimony, what has been marked as Exhibit CP-TJK?
Yes,
Do you have any changes or updates to your, first, I guess, was the testimony prepared by you or under your supervision and control?
yes, it was.
And do you have any updates to your pre-filed testimony?
I do not have updates to my pre-filed testimony, but I do have updates to the responses of the IRs from the EFSB.
Okay, please let us know what those are.
In response to EFSB-W-7, we state that the site will have 0.91 acres of impervious surfaces. The plan has since been revised and there are now 0.75 acres of impervious surfaces proposed.
I'm sorry, there are now what?
0.75 acres of impervious surfaces proposed. For EFSB W13, the O&M plan submitted with the stormwater report indicates the
I'm sorry, the O&M, I'm sorry, the O&M plan submitted with what?
The stormwater report indicates basins will be cleaned within 7 days of a thermal runaway event at the site. The revised O&M plan will indicate that basins will be cleaned as soon as the fire chief allows access to the site. In the case of EFSB W-16A, we stated that the infiltration rate below the basin will occur within a range, but we only provided a single number. The infiltration below the basin will occur in a range of 1.02 to 2.41 inches per hour. And that concludes my edits.
Thank you. Lieutenant Rogers. Can you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Paul Rogers. I am the co-founder of Energy Safety Response Group. My address is 36 Plymouth Drive South.
I'm sorry, it is 36 what?
Plymouth Drive South, Glen Head, New York, 11545.
Can you please turn to your pre-filed testimony, what has been marked as Exhibit CP-PR? Was your testimony prepared by you or under your direct control or supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any updates to your pre-filed testimony?
Just 2 updates. We had updated a emergency response plan draft to reflect the new energy storage Tesla Megapack 2. And also we added a hazardous mitigation analysis report, draft report to be submitted.
Thank you. Mr. Caranta. Can you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Christopher Caranta, Director of Engineering and Construction. Business address is the same as Ms. Sand identified earlier. And I have, sorry, go ahead.
Can you please turn to your pre-filed testimony, what has been marked as Exhibit CP-CQ?
Yes.
I don't even have to do my job when he's here.
I have no updates to the pre-filed testimony. However, I have some updates to the sections of which I'm responsible in the petition.
Okay.
In section 3.0, I have 4 updates. The number of Megapack the number of enclosures will now be 82 Megapack 2 XL instead of the original Megapack 1 that was in the original petition. There will be a total of 24 battery modules per enclosure in the Megapack 2 XL. The dimensions of the Megapack 2 XL are approximately 30 feet long, 5.5 feet wide, and 8.3 feet high. And there will be 41 step-up medium voltage transformers. In section 3.2, we call out a separate DC battery module and inverter module that was in the Megapack 1. The Megapack 2 XL combines both of those functions into one module. There are a total of 24 of those modules per Megapack 2 XL. And in section 5, our IRs, our information requests, have now included the UL 9540A unit and cell level test report.
I'm sorry, have now included what?
The UL 9540A unit and cell test report. Our IRs have included an stamped engineering report from Fisher Engineering reflective of that UL 9540A unit level test. And as noted by Lieutenant Rogers, we have submitted an updated emergency response plan and have included a draft hazard mitigation analysis. That completes my updates.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Shaw. Can you please state your name, title, and business address for the record?
Good morning. My name is Polly Shaw. I'm the head of policy and communications for Plus Power. I have the same business address as provided by Allison Sand.
Please turn to your pre-filed testimony, what has been marked as Exhibit CP-PNS. Was your testimony prepared by you or under your direct control or supervision?
It was.
Do you have any updates to your pre-filed testimony?
I do have one update to the pre-filed testimony, as well as some typos or updates to the information request submitted to the EFSB. On the pre-filed testimony, page 2, line 8, I state that I serve on the executive committee of the U.S. Energy Storage Association Board of Directors. That is no longer true because the Energy Storage Association merged with another trade association.
I'm sorry, because the Energy Storage Association what?
Merged with another trade association. The board dissolved because the trade association merged with another association. I also have a typo that I found in EFSB CPC 3. On EFSB CPC 3, we state the project helped in the second paragraph. The project helps the Commonwealth achieve its 1,000 megawatt hour energy storage target by December 21, 25. That's an error. It should have been December 31, 2025. Similarly, there is a typo in EFSB G18 in the listing of Plus Power projects. Third bullet, the Gambit project is listed as 100 megawatts, 200 megawatt hours. The project was subsequently redesigned after this application answer as a 100 megawatt, 175 megawatt hour project, not 200 megawatt hours. My third and final change is an update to EFSB G8. G8 asks to elaborate.
I'm sorry,
on how the
B8. I'm sorry, what?
EFSB G as in George.
Yes.
8. Asking us to elaborate on how the company explained the project to surrounding landowners. I have an update to add to that. In addition to the answer that we provided, the company also disseminated information to abutters within a 0.5 mile radius on March 15th, 2022. That concludes my updates and typo corrections.
Are there any other matters that the company wishes to address and direct?
No, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. The witnesses are now available for questioning by the site.
Thank you. So again, going back, we have John Young, who's the technical director at EFSB, and Eric Logan Hughes, who is an analyst, and they will be conducting the questions, at least for the first part of this morning. And with that, if they're ready, they may begin their questions.
Thank you. Good morning, panel. Can the panel hear me? Can you guys hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
My first question was, I didn't quite figure out when Mr. Quaranta and perhaps Ms. Shaw were saying what was new. I know Mr. Quaranta said now includes, that was the words he used. Were you summarizing information that you'd already given us in the last round of responses to discovery, or are you talking about further changes that you are telling us for the first time right now?
I was just clarifying it's information you already have.
In my answer, there was new information. We submitted the information response on January 18th, 2022 about our community outreach. So the information that we had submitted additional information to abutters within a 0.5 mile radius on March 15th, 2022 would be new.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Yours sounded like it was new information. I wanted to verify whether all of it was, but Mr. Quaranta sounded like a review of previous information. I just wanted to clarify with Mr. Quaranta whether anything he said was new information to us versus a sort of a digest of what had come across the transom previously. Mr. Quaranta?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I answered. My apology. It was just a review of what had been submitted previously in the last round of IRs. It is not new information.
Yeah, that's generally what you said before. I just wanted to confirm that that applied to everything you said there. Thank you very much. I have a few questions for the panel. If the panel would figure out who the best person to respond to the question is, that is generally going to be fine unless I specifically name somebody. So usually you'll know who it is by who the question is, who the information response was signed by. But so my first question, if you would please reference your response to EFSB A-6. I'll give you a second. Do folks have that?
I only got A2 and 3.
Person who had.
So A6 is from the second round, if that helps you.
Mr. Young, could you say whose name was originally on that?
I'm sorry, who was speaking just then? Was that Mr. Quaranta? Thank you.
Yes.
That A6 was Allison Sand.
Okay.
Date filed October
It's not
20.
there either.
So, that was the second set.
Just please.
Okay, I've got that in front of me now.
Thanks. The company states that as more renewable energy generation gets built in Massachusetts, more of the energy stored in the BESS would come from renewable sources. But the net impact would depend equally on what generation is displaced when the batteries are discharged. Isn't that correct? It seems the answer isn't covering the full daily cycle or weekly cycle or whatever cycle is anticipated.
Can you restate? So are you asking about the electrons that are being discharged?
Well, the company had made a statement in EFSB in the petition or in the documentation for the petition, making a claim about how the project would affect or support whatever renewable energy. And I just had questions about the company's support for that statement. I don't know if the company wants to try to support that statement within this proceeding, but the answer in EFSB A6, I wondered if you'd said all you would want to say if you're trying to support that.
The battery would utilize any electricity that's currently on the system. So it would depend on the makeup of the current generation sources in ISO New England or the independent system operator of New England.
When you're charging the batteries, it would depend on what was being generated, what kind of power was being generated. Okay.
So as that generation mix evolves over time, given conventional retirements that are happening currently and are proposed to happen, and more renewable energy sources coming online, there will be that replacement that will happen. More renewables will come online, more conventional fossil fuel generating sources will be retired. And so that energy mix will shift, and more of what is able to be stored temporarily by this system will come from renewable sources.
But there's two different aspects to the battery storage. One is you store energy off the system, and the second one is you reinsert that energy into the system, correct?
Correct.
So what about that second part? What are you displacing power when it comes back? If you were just taking renewable energy and it never came back again, I don't know that would be a particular contribution, correct?
Correct. The electricity will be put back onto the system typically during periods of peak demand. So it's essentially temporarily saving or storing that electricity that was generated by other sources and being able to discharge that or put that back onto the electrical grid when it's needed most.
So when you put it back onto the electrical grid, are you displacing another generator, or are you just meeting some kind of new demand?
Yes, that electricity will be generating electricity onto the system from our battery. It acts as generation. So yes, there will be less need for another generation source to provide that amount of power if our battery is discharging.
And so would that be a displacement? Would you, in some sense, back down a different generator when you are generating onto the system or acting as a generator onto the system?
Yes, as more fossil fuel generation retires and batteries come online, that will be displaced. And over time, more and more electrons that our battery project would store and then discharge back onto the system would come from renewable sources.
But when you put it back into the system, my question is, are you displacing a different generator?
Yes,
And do you know what kind of generator that would be?
that would depend on the current makeup of the system at that time.
And if there's more and more renewable, would you be displacing renewable as time goes
You
on?
would be preventing, you would be preventing energy waste if the generation mix was dominantly renewables. Instead of having to have the system curtail renewable resources, given their intermittent nature, a battery would be able to shift that electricity to a time when it's needed most.
All right, I'm gonna go on to a different question.
Mr. Young, could I interrupt you for just one
Please go
moment?
ahead. Please go ahead, yeah.
This follows on the same line, I think.
Yeah, that's great.
So to continue this thought of how emissions are accounted for, both in terms of what goes into the battery when it charges and what is counted as potentially emissions associated with discharge, will the Cranberry Point project be registered in the ISO New England Generation Information System? Does anyone know whether that would be the case?
I would have to confirm that, Mr. Director.
Andy's fine. So are you familiar with the ISO New England Generation Information System?
Generally,
Yeah, I know what you're referring to, Andy. Yes, this is Chris.
Okay, so Mr. Quaranto, would you care to provide your understanding of that system as it pertains to Cranberry Point?
It's my understanding, and as Allison said, I would want to confirm that it does get described or documented as a generation source for how ISO New England would look at the resource.
All right. If that's sort of the extent of where we can go for the time being, let me formulate this as a record request then. The question would be for Cranberry Point to describe and document how its emissions would be treated in the ISO New England Generation Information System, both in terms of the energy used to charge the batteries and when discharged.
Okay, I understand the question.
And Mr. Jabot, would you like to assign that a record request number?
It'll be EFSB RR1, I think, for purposes of the hearings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to you, Mr. Young.
Maybe I should ask if anybody else on our side has any questions on this subject. Otherwise, my next question is in reference to the response to EFSB G29, and I'd like to let the panel have a chance to pull that one up.
Once again, Mr. Young, could you please identify the name of the person on that?
No, I just gotta get back there.
Yeah, that one says Chris Quaranta, and it's filed October 20th.
29. Yeah. I have that, Mr. Young.
Thanks. I wonder if you could sort of verbally walk me through the composition and stability and flammability of the electrolyte, the impermeable membrane, and the cell housing. In the UL test, there's a photograph. It looks to me like it's a metal box with paint or enamel on it, but I'm just looking at it. I wouldn't know. Maybe there is no plastic cell housing, but if you could go through what's in the cell, the different parts, and what's flammable and what's not. Thank you.
Yeah, I can. So in the 9548 test report, when you look at the process of that test and the heating of the cell to force it into thermal runaway, the chemicals or materials that are reacted or reactive and combust are really the materials internal to the cell. And it's the heat effect of those materials reacting that cause the venting, and then what you see in those photographs at the cell level. So there is not significant melting of the case of the cell or the terminals per se. And if you look at the photos in the architecture of the cell is designed such that it essentially, when it reaches that pressure level documented in the report, it vents through the top of the cell and exhausts the gases as you see. And that's the mechanism by which it fails in kind of a constructive way. So the flammable materials, or the materials that are reacting in that event, are really the electrolyte itself and the separator materials within the cell as they get heated. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking for in this question, or if there's something more in depth.
Well, I mean, if you can tell us what let's do it piece by piece, starting with the outside. I don't know, looking at that picture, that's metal, because I can't tell from a photo. I don't have that kind of expertise. Is the housing a metal housing?
In the detail that I have seen, I have not held one of those cells in my hand, but the detail I've seen, that housing is like a can, like a sardine can, almost, as an example, with a insulating barrier coated on it.
So my experience with sardine cans is they're metal, although the world keeps getting newer and newer, and things are more and more plastic. So I'm just first of all, if you can confirm that the can is metal.
It is my understanding that it's metal, yes.
And then you just referred to an insulating layer, and that's I assume an electrical insulation rather than a thermal insulation purpose.
Yeah, it's electrical and physical, so that you're not damaging the outside of the cell per se during the manufacturing process.
So that's a plastic or synthetic rubber coating that's applied onto the inside of the cell, or is it a separate layer?
It's to the outside of the cell. I don't know the exact chemical composition of it.
Oh, the insulation is on the outside of the cell. So what I thought was paint is actually a layer of electrical insulation on the outside of the sardine can.
Yes.
Okay, and then on the inside, you've got your electrolyte and your two terminals that that sometimes some people call the anion the cation, right?
Correct.
So is the sardine can, is that electrically connected to the anion or the cation, or is that electrically isolated from the anion, the cation that are touching the electrolyte?
It should be electrically isolated. The only electrical carrying paths are the two terminals at the top of the cell.
And you don't want those grounding out to the husk, right? Or sorting
Correct.
out, whatever the right word is that. And so that means that there's some kind of electrical insulation on the inside between the can and the electrolyte, right?
Yeah, the typical makeup of the inside of the cell, and every exact vendor is slightly different, but you'll have the electrolyte kind of as a fluid when it's initially manufactured in the cell. It doesn't really stay a fluid. It ends up kind of gelling into the separator materials, but you'll have, in very simple terms, that cathode material coated. Typically, it's an aluminum. If I go back to the DOE report that was submitted as part of EFSB G25, it's a really good reference to that composition and structure of the cell. You have typically in an LFP-based cell, lithium iron phosphate-based cell, an aluminum current collector that's coated with a metal oxide. And then you'd have a copper current collector. Those are the two plates, as you refer to them, the cathode and anode, with coating materials to help the chemistry work optimally. You'll have separator materials in between those two layers to prevent them from electrically touching, as well as separator materials to prevent them from touching the outside of the cell structure. And then that electrolyte kind of fills in the open space.
So I can personally, I can picture it better on a sort of a film roll up where you have the thin layers and they're like film in an old camera where they're on top of each other but going around in a spiral. It's a little harder for me to picture that on a square can. That's just that's probably just bad visualization on my part. But you have the separator. The separator is a membrane. It's some sort of semi-permeable membrane. Lets ions through, but not current. Something like that. Correct?
Yes, if I can, Mr. Young, if you have available the DOE report that was submitted as part of EFSB G25, there's a fairly good picture in section, unfortunately, it doesn't have page numbers, but in 2.1.1.1.
So slow down. I have to get to this in the first place.
Sorry.
Which record, which information request is this?
It would be EFSB G25.
Right, so that's
The first round, Mr. Chairman.
That's the first round. Okay.
I believe so, yes.
Sorry, I'm not too good at this.
Mr. Quaranta, do you have the date that the DOE report was submitted?
I
To the
would have to
siting board?
check that.
January, it was submitted on January 18th, 2022.
Thank you.
All righty. I'm up to, let's see, I'm at EFSB G25 attachment 2. Am I in the right place? Am I getting close?
Yeah, the first page, it's A1, sorry.
Yeah, A1, okay. And then.
It's
is
chapter
there-
3, lithium ion batteries.
I'm in 3. Oops. A1, I've got 3 challenges and opportunities. That doesn't sound.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, John.
I found a chapter 3 challenges and opportunities under chapter 3. Maybe that's a subchapter.
Oh, yeah.
Chapter 3, lithium ion batteries. I'm on that page. How many pages down do I want to go?
So you want to turn in, sorry. 1, 2, 3. I think it's the 4th page in. It should have a graphic on the top of the page. Looks like some building blocks labeled A and B. It's figure 3.
It's a orange, blue, and green illustration.
That's it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so if this helps on figure A, this doesn't show the external container of the cell, but what it shows is that orange on the right is the negative electrode. That's the copper plate current collector. The blue sponge-like, Swiss cheese-like looking thing in the middle is the separator. And then on the far left side, it's a gray plate. That's the aluminum. That's the positive electrode.
Oh, okay. So this is not at all wrapped up tight so that the two electrodes are close to each other. They're actually all the way across on this brick-like shape. Is that right?
Well, yeah, so this is a graphical representation, so I'm sure, as you described, these are much closer together in an actual cell, and you'll have layers of this built up that will then electrically connect to the terminals.
Okay.
But to try and simplify what's going on, this is a good example.
Okay. So it's schematic, but it's not supposed to represent how the actual cell is set up, because you want those two electrodes to be pretty close to each other, right?
Right. If you go 1, 2, 3, if you go 4 more pages forward, which would be page 8.
Yeah.
It's figure 5.
Yeah.
So I think this may be more representative manufacturing wise, what you're talking about. And the cell type that we're using in this product would be not exact, but most representative by figure 5B.
By B, yeah. I mean, A is the one I can visualize having the two wrap around.
I'm sorry, John, I can't hear you.
Yeah, A is the one I can visualize more easily of the two things wrapping around each other, but I'm sure you can do it topologically equivalent with B.
Yeah, figure A is representative of a standard cylindrical cell, like a Duracell or Energizer battery you might be used to.
Yeah, thank you. So using B here on the figure 5B, which is on a page in section 2.1.2.1 of your response called EFSB G25 parens A-1. You're calling out this illustration showing how pretty close to how your cell will work, and this shows a positive electrode and a negative electrode with a separator in between them. It shows another separator on the outside, which is either to the next one or to the housing, I don't know. And then this also is showing a gas release valve, which is something that you had mentioned in your description of the cell. So all those features match up with what the sardine can is going to have inside it.
That is the closest representative example in the report, yes.
So Mike, you said the sardine can is metal. So then I just wanted to know what the electrodes are metal. Is that right?
They are.
In
Or
this
yeah.
Wait.
aluminum or copper.
Wait. I didn't hear the question. The question is, well, the electrodes are metal. Is that right? Is there more to it?
If I could just remind everybody, one person speaking at a time. So if you need to wait till John finishes before you answer, or vice versa, just make sure there's one person speaking so the court reporter can properly record what's going on.
Mr. Caranta, it's not entirely your fault. I sometimes ask a question and keep going with a enhancement of my question or whatever. So this figure is showing the positive electrode and the negative electrode as kind of almost like they're leaves in a book. And so my question to you was whether those inside the cell were thin layers of copper and aluminum.
Yes, they are.
And then you've got this, then it shows the separator, and that's made of some material that's a plastic.
Typically, yes, it's a plastic. If you go back 4 pages under 2.1.1.2 on that same document, under key cell components, there's a subheading separator. And about halfway down that paragraph, they describe they're typically a polyethylene, polypropylene, or a combination.
Okay, and those two plastics are composed only of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. Do you know, or not even oxygen, just carbon and hydrogen? Do you know?
I apologize. I didn't hear all of the question. If you could.
You said that the separator was typically composed of polyethylene or polypropylene. Polymers like that, and I just in order to have on record, are those polymers, are those plastics composed of just the elements carbon and hydrogen, notwithstanding any plasticizers or any other additives, the basic material, polyethylene and polypropylene, those are just carbon and hydrogen, correct? You know?
I would have to confirm deeper on exactly the composition of those two materials.
And if they're plastics, I suppose there's some plasticizer in there, but do you know that whether the main ingredient in a plastic is typically the polymer?
That is typically my experience, but I would want to confirm in more detail.
Okay, and then there's losing the word, the material that's in between them, the gel material. I've just lost the word for that. That's, what do you call that?
So it would be the electrolyte.
Electrolyte, thank you. Yep. And that's, so I'm interested in what material the electrolyte is made of.
So the electrolyte is a liquid during pre-manufacturing. When it's installed or injected into the cell and the cell is manufactured and sealed, what happens as you use the cell is that liquid essentially gels, for lack of a better word, with the materials within the cell. So if you, in contrast to a lead acid battery, for example, in your car, if you took that out and shook it, which I don't recommend, but if you did do that, you do hear the liquid sloshing around within it. That's a free solution type battery. Batteries like this lithium ion based battery and an LFP based chemistry, you will not hear any liquid moving around. And in fact, if you cut open the cell, which again, I don't recommend, but as an example, you will not get that liquid that was part of the manufacturing process to pour out. It's basically gelled into the materials, and there would essentially be nothing to kind of flow out of the battery if you did pierce it or open it. It congeals, I guess is the other word I might use, within the construction of the cell.
I think that's good information to have. I'm not supposed to testify, but I'll say that in my car battery, that's a water-based, sulfuric acid kind of material. And I'm only saying that because we're not looking at that. But just as an example, in contrast, your electrolyte is an organic material. Is that correct, or is it water-based?
No, it's typically an organic material, as it's described in the in that section under 2.1.1.2 of the DOE report that we've been referring to.
So, in my original question, I was asking about the materials and flammability and stability of the materials that the cell is composed of. And I think you've given me good information, pretty good information now on what those materials are. You've got copper, you've got aluminum, separator, and electrolyte, and you've described them some. And the rest of the question is, for each of those four things, what is their flammability and stability? For a real thin, I mean, a thin foil of magnesium, you can light that thing on fire. And I don't know the other metals. If you have a thin foil at high temperatures, what
I'm sorry, if you have what at high
if you have
temperatures?
a thin foil of these other metals, I don't know what they do at high temperatures. I don't know if there's oxygen around, etc. But you have a bunch of different materials, and what I was looking for in that question, and I hope you'll be able to sort of fill out. You gave us the UL report, but I don't know how to interpret that in terms of the question that I had originally posed. So what I'm looking for in a record request is, if you could, you talk about the stability and flammability of first the electrolyte, second the membrane, and third, this is a change from the original information request, the aluminum and copper foil inside the battery. I guess an additional thing would be any barrier between your sardine can, if that's a different material, between the sardine can and the rest of the battery. My question is, do you understand what I'm looking for?
I do, and I can provide some information as well.
If you want to, do you mean now or?
Yeah, sorry, now.
Yeah, that would be fine. If you want to tell me some of it now, I'm going to make it a record. Well, why don't we wait till you're done talking about it? But I think I will ask a record request for, to give you a chance to get it all organized in on paper, but if you can tell me part of the answer now, that would be great.
So what I will provide now would be that if you use that same image of the cell structure that was in figure 3, in the chemistry cell that we're talking about for this particular project that is used in the Megapack 2 XL, it is not using a nickel or manganese based or cobalt based battery chemistry. It is using lithium iron phosphate based chemistry. So you won't have the components, nickel, cobalt, or manganese in the cell construction and in the manufacturing. And in terms of the flammability, I think, again, using the DOE report, the section 3.5, where it talks about increasing safety in lithium ion batteries in general, in the second paragraph, it talks about it really being the materials that are the coating on the aluminum and copper plates, electrodes, and the electrolyte itself that are what, as heat is created or generated on the cell. So for example, in the UL 9540A cell level test, they use heat strips to heat the cell well beyond its operating temperature, all the way to the temperature at which it starts thermal runaway. And in an LFP cell, that temperature is typically higher, much higher than in a cell using the chemistry, such as you mentioned, with manganese or cobalt, nickel in the cell construction. And it's that reaction as that heat goes up to those thermal runaway temperatures that causes the chemical reaction between the electrolyte and the coatings on the electrodes, where the thermal runaway happens.
Mr. Karata, there was information somewhere along the line that that I thought indicated that the lithium iron phosphate batteries had a lower power density or something than other types of lithium batteries, and I don't mind you highlighting that. That seemed to be useful information. But when you, different question, when you talk about thermal runaway, I wonder if that phrase is being used the same way all the time. One scenario is just a regular fire. You know, you got a little campfire going, and eventually you get your birch bark going, and then the whole fire burns because you've got enough heat to burn the flammable materials. And so that's, a fire, I suppose, is in a way a thermal runaway. But in the case of these batteries, there's not just chemical, and there's not just the burning of the plastics. There's more energy in the battery when it's charged up, and you've got the stored energy, electrochemical energy, if that's the right word, such that if you break the separator, even with no fire, you're going to have a big thermal release, correct?
So let me break that down a bit to answer several different pieces of what you asked in that question, and hopefully provide some answers. So thermal runaway does have a specific definition as to how it's used to look at a battery cell, and is documented in the UL 9540A test standard and the reports. And that is, in general terms, the point at which the heat generated by the chemical reaction within the cell, based on some event causing that heat to rise, reaches a point where it can no longer cool itself or give off that heat and it gets into a cycle where it's essentially going to burn until the fuel of the cell is gone, meaning the chemical components that are reacting. That's different than a normal fire or combustion. And I can, defer to others on the panel to go into that piece in more depth. But thermal runaway, per the 9540A test standard in the test, is a specific condition that has a definition. And that's what I was referring to in context to your question around the flammability and breakdown of the materials.
So in the maybe you're not done answering, and I apologize. But in the UL test, was that a charged battery or was that just the materials of the battery? Did it say somewhere in there?
It does. The test standard dictates specific conditions, and the battery actually has to be cycled multiple times before the test is conducted. So it has to be proven that it's a working battery, and then it is charged to 100% SOC or state of charge. So it's charged fully before the test. So it would be its worst case.
Great, and it says that somewhere in the UL report.
It does.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks. There's probably some other things you wanted to say.
I think in terms of answering your question, I think those are the key elements that I wanted to mention. Sorry, I lost my place. I'll stop there.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll ask a record request and just sort of a little bit more formal, piece by piece description of the flammability and stability of the different elements that are inside one of these cells.
Yeah, and that'll be record request EFSB 2. RR EFSB 2.
Thank you. Alan, do you want to keep going or a short break?
If we could take 5 minutes, that would be great.
Okay, we can take a short recess. It's 12:13 by my computer now. Let's come back at 12:25. If that works for everybody.
Thank you.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 12:25. Do we have everybody back that we need to have back? Attorney Kuthan, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I just want to make sure that the counsel for everybody is here and we have the panel back.
Thank you.
Polly, are you there, Ms. Shaw? Yep, you're there. Okay, I'm seeing two of you. That's why it's the phone. I forgot. Okay. If we have everyone that we need, which I believe we do, we can go back on the record now. And we left off with John Young posing questions to the panel.
Okay, I will continue. The information request EFSB G31 was answered by counsel. So I don't know who can answer my follow-up question. But in its response to EFSB G14, a different question, the company indicated that it does not have engineering plans for the project at this time. So in EFSB G32, we kind of rebuilt that question to apply to interim design plans and received those from the company. So in EFSB G31, the one I'm asking about, we asked the company whether Eversource would agree to be bound by siting board jurisdiction for Eversource owned and operated facilities required for the project. The company, your answer is provisional in a way I'm not sure I understand. There's a, halfway through, there's a provided that there's a proviso with an A and B parts to that. And also the answer refers to needing engineering plans, which in EFSB G14, I thought the answer was there are none such. So I wonder if there's a way that for the company to restate your answer. If one of the panel members can pick up my question, even though EFSB G31 was answered by counsel, I don't know if that's an acceptable way to go. I'm not a lawyer. Yeah, so that's probably most of my question on this. Anybody able to give some kind of response on that?
For you guys are muted in the on the panel. So Cranberry Point. Still on mute.
Can you hear us? Can you hear us now?
Now,
We can hear you now.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, sorry. So, Mr. Young, the reason that it was answered by counsel was because the question was sort of directed to Eversource, but asked to Cranberry Point. And we needed Eversource to actually respond to that answer. I would suggest that at this point, since I don't think Eversource has any particular, I know they have their counsel on, but I don't know if she's able to respond. I'm happy to go back and speak with Ms. Guthan about that and try to figure out the response to your question. as a record request. But that was the reason it wasn't answered by any of the panels. It was asking the company if Eversource would agree to be legally bound by whatever the siting board says. And I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, I don't mean to be complaining that council answered the question. I just have a question about the response, and I don't know what the proper procedure after all these years of getting a clarification on a question that is answered by council.
So I'm happy to take it as a record request and speak with Eversource unless Ms. Kuthman wants to add anything.
If that's the way we're going to do it, that's fine. Fine with me. And I think, and if Eversource is going to participate in the answer, sort of the obvious follow-up to that question is whether Eversource thinks their condition has been met now.
So are you posing this in terms of a record request for one for Eversource and the other for Cranberry Point, John?
Mr. Gibault, I do not know the best way to do that. I don't really recollect why we were asking a question sort of for Eversource to the company, maybe because that's who we were asking questions to. So maybe that question, maybe the three lawyers could figure out who should be answering the question.
We can do that.
Eversource would, would be comfortable cooperating as it has in the past with Cranberry Point to respond to the question. I'd probably like a bit more clarification as to what the record request is, though.
Okay, that would be my job. The answer that we got from company counsel was that Eversource would agree to be bound by the approval of the Eversource related facilities required for the project. But then it has two provisions that I presumably came from Eversource, I don't know. And that Eversource apparently wanted more detailed engineering plans to become part of the evidentiary record, and that the siting, you have a condition about whether you agree to that that's based on what the siting board does with those plans. And so that answer, I just wasn't sure I completely understood that answer that we got from the company on your behalf. And so part of it is if you can explain that, or the company can explain that on your behalf, and also say whether the plans that are in the record now meet what you were, what you had as your requirement to be bound by the siting board approval. I'm sorry if I can't explain it better. I was just a little.
Okay, we're gonna.
Does that help, Ms. Kuthman? What I'm looking for?
I think so. Thank you. We'll do our best.
That will be record request EFSB -3 or number 3.
And Mr. Gibault, do we have to make it clear who's giving the answer, or is it, since they're going to collaborate, is the form like the one we got in this original response fine for us?
I believe that since Eversource agreed to collaborate with Cranberry Point, we can receive an answer from Cranberry Point, and that would be sufficient.
Great. So that's all set for the question. Thank you. All right. New topic. A health question. If the panel would refer to the response to EFSB G35. tell me when you have that. And that is Mr. Keough, also October 20th.
Yes, I have that available, Mr. Young.
Thank you. I'm accustomed to seeing, you gave some SIRs, and that's standardized incidence ratios, for all sites together, for all different cancer sites wrapped up into one statistic. I'm accustomed to seeing those for the SIRs by town for the whole set of cancer sites that they compile data for separately. And maybe I'm outdated, I don't know. I think it's generally acknowledged that different types of cancer generally have quite independent etiologies, different causes, different constellations of what contributes to their incidence. And so I was partly curious why you gave us the SIRs for total cancer, and I'm partly just wanting to get the individual cancer sites if that's available. Do you know why? Is there some change, or was there some reason that what you provided in the report was the totals rather than broken down by cancer site?
Yes, you requested the baseline health data for Carver, and the information we provided was the readily available public information for that, rather than broken down into various matters.
So Mr. Keough, I didn't go search to see what was publicly available for Carver now. I'm just going off of past history, past cases where we were, mostly looking at, gas-fired fuel burning generators, and the applicants would typically get from the Mass Department of Public Health data like you show us, but broken down into, I don't know, 20 or so different individual cancer sites, like liver cancer and esophageal cancer, and with a separate statistic for, if I remember right, one for men, one for women, and one for both sexes combined. That's what I'm used to looking for. I didn't go look in review of your answer to see whether that was still normally available. And so my two-part question is something different where that information is now hard to get, where it didn't used to be hard to get? And B, if you can get it, if you could please present that.
When we responded to the IR did not request that information be broken down into individual sites, such as you had mentioned now. It was only baseline health data for Carver, and how does respiratory health, cancer incidence, and other available health data compare between Carver and the Commonwealth as a whole. So we were responding to that rather than breaking everything down.
Well, that's fine. So, okay, that answers the first part of my question. So my second part of the question is if you would just please please provide cancer incidence by cancer site. And I think that's normally presented as a comparison of rates in Carver versus rates statewide. If you're familiar with that, does that sound right?
Yes.
Taking the statewide number to be sort of the grail and comparing to that. Carver's not a very big town, so maybe some of those numbers will show up as not statistically significant for whatever they show in the table. But my only question right now is if you would please present that.
I'm sorry, my only question right now, what?
Is if you would please present that scorecard for the latest period, whether it's 5-year period, whatever, for the latest period available, but broken down by the individual types of cancer. Do you understand the question, Mr. Keo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I'd like to make that as a record request, Mr. Jabot.
Yes, that will be RR EFSB-4.
Those are the questions I have at this time. I think Mr. Hughes has a number of questions.
Thanks, Mr. Young. So the first question I have is a bit of a one-off question. If the company could please reference EFSB PA1, which I think there's 2 responses to. I'm referring to the one filed on October 20th, 2022 by Mr. Tom. I'm sorry, I heard your name and I've already forgotten it. Keo?
Yes.
Okay. So in that response, I'll give you guys a moment to see you shuffling.
So could you please repeat the question? I didn't hear.
Yeah.
So one readily available.
Okay, excellent. Sorry. So yeah, in the company's response, the TPS column is filled with zeros. And we would really appreciate it if the company could get a hold of the appropriate TPS numbers for the record.
All right. Understood.
Excellent. Thank you.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Real quick, Logan, is that a record request for the TPS figures?
I think we would probably want it as a record request if that's okay.
Okay, so that would be
Please explain a little more in detail.
Yeah, actually, I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't actually understand the question. So
So-
somebody can explain.
Yeah, I can explain it for sure. So the technology performance standard numbers are not zero, right? The standards require the company to be below certain numbers with relation to those particulates, but the standard itself is not a zero number. And so in this response, it seems that the company responded with the standards being zero. Not the facility emissions, the actual standard itself.
I'm sorry, not the what?
Not the facility emissions, the standard itself.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, that will be record request or RR EFSB-5.
So changing gears to more safety related questions. In EFSB G28, which was filed October 20th, 2022 by Mr. Coranta, we have a reference in the emergency, apologies. This is actually EFSB S-44, sorry, which was filed on October 20th, 2022, also by Mr. Coranta. We have the attachment that is the company's emergency response plan, which it stated was created in accordance with the 2023 edition of the NFPA 855 standard. And the EFSB.
I'm sorry, the addition of the what?
NFPA 855 standard.
Thank you.
And the EFSB was wondering if the company would be able to provide a copy of that report, of that standard, perhaps through a confidential submission for our review.
So to confirm, you're looking for the 2023 version of the NFPA 55.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, is it 55? I'm sorry, is it 55 or 850?
855.
Great, thank you.
Ms. Hughes, I believe that version is available online only at the moment at the NFPA and not available in print until December 15th, I believe, 2022, but I will confirm that and get back to you.
Excellent, thank you. So should we issue that as a record request, Mr. Jabal?
That will be RR EFSB-6.
Excellent, thank you.
Excuse me, if I could just interrupt for one moment. If it is available online, would the company be able to provide a printout of the text? Can we add that, Mr. Hughes, to the record request?
Yes, definitely.
So added, we'll make a note that that will be added to RREFSB-6, which is a request that a printed version be taken from online and provided.
Yes, thank you.
For my next question, if we could this time please reference EFSB G-28, which was filed October 20, 2022 by Mr. Quaranta. We're hoping that Mr. Quaranta could explain to us other relevant differences between LFP battery chemistries and
I'm sorry, LFP what?
LFP batteries and other lithium ion batteries with regards to safety beyond what is provided in the response to that question, EFSB G-28.
So in that response, we refer back to the same DOE report that is submitted as part of EFSB G-25A1. And in that report, it provides the detail that we cited. I believe that is really the key distinct difference between LFP and several of the other chemistries used in energy storage today, such as NMC, nickel, manganese, cobalt, or NCA, nickel, cobalt, aluminum. I would add only the additional point that, as mentioned in reply to one of the earlier questions from Mr. Young, the LFP is typically less energy dense. In my opinion, that goes hand in hand with what's here, but I just note that as an additional point. I feel like this really captures the key difference between the two.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Mr. Young, did you have any follow-up for that one? So for the next question, if we could please reference the Fisher Engineering report that was provided in response to STPB 1-1. And the first question is it correct that the Fisher Engineering report relies on the 2020 NFPA 855 standard and not the newest edition, the 2023 NFPA 855 standard?
So when the test was conducted, the only standard in release was that 2020 version of NFPA 855, and that was what the test was in compliance to.
Excellent, thank you. And could you please elaborate on the differences between the 2020 and the 2023 standards?
better. What do you want me? Mr. Hughes, can I just clear something up?
Yes.
You're referring to NFPA 855 in the Fisher report.
Yes.
NFPA 855 only calls out UL 9540A to actually do the testing that's inside of the Fisher report. That would be what you're looking at, is that standard for that report. NFPA 855 also calls out UL 9540A for its testing of the batteries, if that will help you.
Yes. Yeah. So just to be clear, the response is that the differences between the 2020 and the 2023 standards are not relevant to the battery cell tests that were performed under UL 954A.
That is correct.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. So if we could continue to reference the Fisher Engineering report and also I may mispronounce this, the TUV Rhineland report. And as you stated, the UL 954A report.
I'm sorry, is it 954A or 954-0A?
9540A. I think I misspoke. Sorry. All of those reports which were provided in response to EFSB G-29. Is it correct that those tests are in the reports are referring to an external film heater method used to test the battery cells, and that other types of testing like overcharge, external short circuiting, and penetration tests were not a part of those reports?
Yeah, I can clarify on that, Mr. Hughes. So the product that we're using, the Tesla Megapack 2 XL, and the battery cell that's incorporated into it does actually can go through additional test standards. Those tests that you mentioned, the puncture test, the overvoltage, short circuit current, et cetera, are part of the UL 1973 test process, not part of the UL 9540A. What UL 9540A does, consistent to what Mr. Lieutenant Rogers said, is purposefully conduct a test on the unit to force battery cells into thermal runaway to understand the full failure mechanism when that occurs and how it fails. And that's the specific scope of that test.
Excellent, thank you. And could you perhaps explain in a little bit more detail why the external film heater method is like the standard for a thermal runaway test? Sort of the mechanism behind, sorry, go ahead.
No.
I was gonna say, for those of us on the call who are not, safety experts, why is it that this external film heater method is viewed by industry to be, the standard? Like, why is it? I guess why is it the standard for the test in lieu of other methods that could be used to excite a battery into a thermal runaway state?
Sure. I'll start the response, and Lieutenant Rogers, if you have anything to add. The purpose of the test is to uniformly force the battery cell, within the module, within the enclosure, into thermal runaway. And the test is a failure if you cannot cause thermal runaway. So from my past experience in seeing these sort of tests, the best way to force a cell predictably into a thermal runaway event is to uniformly heat it so that you can get the temperature of the chemistry internal up to those temperatures that then where venting occurs, and then thermal runaway will occur. It's the most, in my experience, predictable and uniform way under test conditions to get to that end result, which is the requirement of the UL 9540A test.
Mr. Hughes, can I add to that?
Oh.
Mr. Hughes, so you know, that test is considered a reasonable worst-case scenario that was looked at by a consensus. The consensus felt that this was the best way to try to simulate worst-case scenario for a battery energy storage system to go into failure.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Young, did you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Carantas, refers to the venting as kind of the first thing that you observe. And my understanding was that that as soon as you have a break in the separator, you could have I don't know if shorting out is the right way, but to express it, but a release of the stored battery and energy sort of separate from chemical or physical changes to the materials. So that if you just melted the separator a bit, I would think you would start having some problems. And you refer to the gas venting. So
I'm sorry, and you referred to the what?
And you refer to the gas venting. So this maybe goes back to my prior sort of set of questions about fire versus losing the electrical separation. And in this case, or here you're talking about venting gas. So venting gas is I guess is before fire, but wouldn't that be a hotter temperature than when you start having a problem with the separator?
So let me try and explain the dynamic a bit more and hopefully clarify. When a battery cell is exposed to a certain set of conditions, the chemical reaction that you normally want to happen in the battery of, charge and discharge stops occurring the way it's intended to occur. So as Mr. Hughes noted, if you overcharge the cell, if you damage the cell, physical impact to it, you'll cause a chemical reaction to occur. It's not that you ignite it on fire. You cause a chemical reaction to occur, and that's what builds up a pressure within the cell initially till it reaches, as it's described in the UL 9540A cell level report as an example, a pressure where it then vents. And that vent temperature and that vent occurrence does not absolutely guarantee the cell would then continue into thermal runaway. It is likely, but not guaranteed. And that's why you look at those characteristics of that chemical reaction. Now, it is true in some examples, previous products, et cetera, where that may then end up resulting in a fire. However, here, per the UL 9548 test report done at the unit level, the cells are forced into thermal runaway within a module, within an enclosure. They do vent. They do cause, so 6 cells are put into thermal runaway. A 7th cell gets hot enough to also go into thermal runaway, but they do not ignite in fire. They do not, quote unquote, burn in a physical sense of seeing flame and such. And they do not cascade beyond that very specific set of details that I mentioned. So hopefully that helps distinguish that failure mechanism a little bit better.
That I think that's useful. When it vents, and you're talking about pressure and venting. The vent is of a gas, not a liquid. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is the gas a phase change of some organic material in there, or is the gas where are you generating hydrogen or oxygen or something like that from the electrode? What's the gas that's involved in the pressure issue?
So the gas that's involved would be what's documented in the cell level UL 9548 test report, and it's the result of by heating the cell to that thermal runaway temperature, and I believe, without having it in front of me, it's around 239, 240 degrees C. When you reach that temperature and the cell enters into that thermal runaway and it's venting, it releases a series of gases that are very typical to any sort of kind of combustion event, and those are documented in the report.
Yeah, the list, without looking at the list, it was, included things like hydrocarbons that would look like they were a breakdown product of some other, some.
Right, it's a
solid
breakdown of.
Wait, of somewhat.
Of some solid hydrocarbon, or I guess liquid, but it's a breakdown of a hydrocarbon material into a different chemical, which is a gaseous, a lighter weight hydrocarbon, and therefore a gas. That's what the list looked like. Is that right? So
That is a good way to describe it.
So what confuses me is I would expect that the separator, and before you got to the temperature of getting a hydrocarbon breakdown into a gaseous hydrocarbon, and this could be wrong. I would think a lot of plastics would start melting before they started giving off components, and maybe that's where I'm wrong. Do you know if my preconception there is wrong? Would you start getting gas off before the plastic separator material melted? That might be my part of my question, really.
Let
Do
me
you see why I'm wondering about that?
No, I believe I follow what you're saying. Hang on one moment, if I may. So I think if I go back to the DOE report, and again, I'm on EFSB G25 appendix or attachment A1, and I'm again on that fourth page under heading 2.1.1.2. There is a description of the separator as a good example. And I'll pause if you need to get to that point.
If you could just summarize what it says, I'm too slow.
Okay. So in the last sentence of that second paragraph on the page under the heading separator, if the cell temperature increases beyond the allowed limit, which is what you're doing during the UL test to force it into that vent and then thermal runaway temperature,
right?
The separator layer does melt and fills in the pores of the outer.
I'm sorry, the separator level does melt what?
If the cell temperature increases beyond the allowed limit, comma, the PE layer melts and fills out the pores of the outer polypropylene layers, comma, blocking ion transport and current flow in the cell to prevent battery failure. So it actually prevents the short circuit. But if you then, to continue that example, when you're doing the test, you keep heating the cell artificially by the thermal strips.
I see.
To then force it to the point where those components now break down further.
I see.
And that's what leads into the thermal runaway.
Okay. That's good. Thank you. Just for a point of the record, for the court reporter, I think the Rhineland was spelled a little oddly in the record, RHEINLAND. Is that right, Mr. Hughes?
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Young.
Okay, well, it is 1:04 right now, and we are going to take a recess for lunch. we'll be back at 2:05. That'll give us about an hour. I don't want to jip anybody the 5 minutes. So take a break and we'll see everybody back here at 2:05. Let's see. It's 2:05. I just want to make sure that everybody's back that needs to be back. Looks like we have council and the panel and everybody from EFSB that we need. Before we go back on the record, I just want to kind of give a heads up for tomorrow. We're going to start the day with intervener cross-examination per the schedule, staff follow-up questions, and then redirect, if any, tomorrow. So we'll get through today's questions and then move into tomorrow's agenda and then do the redirect at the end of tomorrow, if that's okay with everybody. Mr. Kaplan, is that fine with the company? You're on mute again.
So we get a notification that you have us muted, and then it says when you unmute us, we have to select to be unmuted, and it takes 30 seconds. So I am incompetent, but not as incompetent as I look.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that you're okay with what I just put out to everybody.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Is that on the record? By the way, Alan, I hope you didn't write that down.
No. Okay, if everybody's ready, we will go back on the record now. And we will resume questions from John Young and Logan Hughes for the company.
All right, so I think we're gonna resume a general line of questions about battery chemistry and battery safety as we were. So if we could reference EFSB G29, which I believe was what we were just referencing. So hopefully it's close on hand. And I was hoping that the company could confirm on page 3 of the report. It is PDF page 4 of the digital response. Under the section that says necessity for a module level test, that this UL 9540A test is indeed a cell failure test and not a module level test, and that the results of this test were such that a module level test was necessary.
So for clarification, Mr. Hughes, you're talking about the TUV Ryland UL 9540A report that was part of that?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, could you say that again, please? For clarification, you were talking about?
For clarification, you were referring to the TUV Rhineland report?
That could be the same page. I'm specifically referring to EFSB G29, which is just a copy of the UL 9540A report, a cell test report.
Cell report.
Yep, that is for the cell, correct.
Okay. And the necessity for a module level test is correct, right?
It is, and the details for the module level test are incorporated into the HMA that was provided.
Mm-hmm. And could you clarify for me which of the discovery responses has the HMA? I think it's one of the safety responses, but I don't remember which one.
Yeah,
S28.
thank you. S28, Mr. Hughes.
Okay, give me one moment, please.
I trust you.
38.
EFSB S28.
Maybe not. Let me look. Maybe it's 38.
Is the hazard mitigation analysis, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I can find that.
38. Okay.
I believe it's actually S 37.
Yeah, that's correct. That's what I see also, S37. Okay, thank you for that. So I know we've had a lot of discussion about the chemistry and safety of a cell, and I'm hoping for the layman that you can explain the difference between a cell and a module.
Absolutely. So in the Tesla Megapack 2 XL product that we will be installing, the overall enclosure is the single entity product that we will purchase from Tesla. Inside of that cabinet, or that enclosure, I should say, are installed 24 modules. In each module, there are 336 individual cells. And that's the breakdown between the 3 levels.
Excellent, thanks. And so with regards to the module level test, which you said the results are captured in the HMA, is my understanding correct that in the event of a thermal runaway event, the battery module has protection measures, which I think are listed as like pressure sensitive vents or overpressure vents, and a sparker system that work together to essentially ignite off-gassing before it reaches a level that is unsafe or which would lead to a more significant fire or explosion.
So to clarify on that point, the module itself, which in the hazard mitigation analysis document, as it was noted, is part of EFSB S37. On page 11, you can see the top of that page, figure 3.3, is a picture of a battery module.
Mm-hmm.
And below that, although it's not the best picture, but I'll stay on this page for simplicity, is a picture of the overall enclosure of the Tesla Megapack 2 XL. The enclosure has protection mechanisms, or has the protection mechanisms that you mentioned in your question. So the enclosure itself, if you had a cell or multiple cells go into thermal runaway inside an enclosure, and they were able to produce an off gas, and that off gas filled inside the volume of that enclosure, the design intent of the sparker system, which if you think about, if it's not too technical an example, basically the lighter in your gas grill, your propane grill, same thing. That sparker is going off continuously. And so if any amount of gas from a cell was able to be released from the cell and then from the module that it's encapsulated in into that enclosure. The instant that gas builds up to any amount that it's capable of igniting, that sparker would ignite that gas the same way it would your propane grill, cause a deflagration vent to then open.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, cause a what?
Deflagration vent
Thank you.
to open. And just to finish to the response of your question, Mr. Hughes, the module itself does not have those features. Those are part of the overall enclosure that is the product. And also, just for consistency, I want to note that I talked through a hypothetical an example scenario, hypothetical scenario in the actual UL 9540A unit level test report, where they did force 6 cells into thermal runaway and a 7th cell moved into thermal runaway. No further cells were moved into thermal runaway. There was no propagation, no deflagration event, no fire, and no release of gas identified.
Yes, no, that's great. Thank you for clarifying all of that. And I see now in the hazard mitigation analysis, the inclusion of the module level test report as well as the unit level test report.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hughes. I'm not hearing everything you're saying. I see now in the hazard mitigation analysis
that there is the inclusion of the module level test report and the unit level test report. Yeah, with the module level test report clarifying that there was the necessity for a unit level test report, which I think Mr. Quaranta just summarized the results of very nicely. Yes.
Can I want to correct myself one point. In the actual report, it does describe that there was some identification of potential whisper of smoke, or I forget the terminology, that escaped the enclosure during the test from the door panel that was wedged open to have the control cables and electrical cables part of the test. So I just wanted to clarify that it didn't sound like I was misspeaking there. Apologies.
Oh, thank you for the clarification. So kind of continuing with this discussion of thermal runaway and all the safety precautions and measures that are in place to prevent such events from occurring. Is it correct that the discussions that we have basically just had are covering sort of internal failures of the battery cells and how they would not lead to a fire essentially, but that we have not really been discussing if there was an external event to occur that could lead to a fire occurring on site, that the batteries could and possibly would catch fire. Does that make sense as a question, or is that not a good question?
I think I understand it, and I can respond, and you can tell me if I've been successful or not. The test that is conducted as part of UL 9540A at the unit level is what is considered a credible worst case failure scenario of the product, in that sense, to cause and create thermal runaway to then cascade. And if we go back to the data that is in the actual TUV Rhineland version of the UL report, or even the cell report, you'll see that it takes the cell getting up over 239 degrees C for it to get to that thermal runaway condition. And so that's the failure mechanism that is mimicked in the UL 9540A test to cause that worst case scenario in a controlled, repeatable, and reproducible fashion per the test standard.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that. Mr. Young, did you have any follow-up questions about the combustibility of the batteries? No? Okay, excellent. So I want to move on to a different but related topic, which is essentially incident response. And I was hoping you guys could please reference STPB 1-87. And I will pull up the date filed and the response to that, unless you guys do it.
Okay, yeah, I don't have that one in my, that might be Paul's.
I can't find it either.
Okay, but I have a reference to it, Mr. Hughes, if you want. Is this the right? Yeah. So this is STB 1-87. Please provide all emergency response protocols coordinated with Massachusetts Emergency Management. Okay.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it was the respondent was counsel, date filed September 22nd, 2022. So the response provided to that was an objection that Plus Power has no independent knowledge of the above subject.
I'm sorry, has no knowledge what? Independent knowledge what?
Of the above subject. And I was hoping that the company could clarify if there had been any coordination with the Massachusetts Emergency Management.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Any coordination with the Massachusetts Emergency Management
Agency.
Thank you.
And just for clarification, Alan, is my voice just dropping out, or is it low?
There is the occasional time when your voice goes down and quiet.
Okay, and we'll see if I can change my audio settings for you.
The pitch goes down and so does the volume.
Okay, I'll just try to speak louder.
Question.
The reason it was objected to is because we're unclear how to, I mean, the company is not making that decision. And the Massachusetts Emergency Associations and MEMA is certainly not going to provide us with information as to what they would do in the event of a catastrophic failure in various parts of the state. So I wasn't clear on how the company can actually respond to the question. It's not that we're trying to avoid response. I don't know how to get the answer that you're looking for.
But that's totally fair. So I think perhaps a better way to rephrase the question, or to kind of trim down the scope of the question, would be to remove the part that says including but not limited to measures to address emergencies at other facilities, and instead narrow the scope of the question to, has there been any emergency response protocol coordination with MEMA specifically for the project site or the project itself?
I can, yeah. So yeah, Mr. Hughes, in that regard, there would be no need to correspond with MEMA, the local authority having jurisdiction for the project and for any incident response, whether it's an injury, you know, a electrical issue or some other event on the site, is the Carver Fire Department, which is a certified call fire department in the state of Massachusetts and is governed under the Massachusetts Fire Code. So I don't understand or could not respond to how MEMA would ever come into that equation.
Okay, and that's fair. So I think perhaps the next question I would ask is, and please correct me if my understanding on this is wrong. The company is developing its emergency response plan in coordination with the Carver Fire Department, correct?
Yes.
So could, and whoever the right expert is, you know, please be the one to respond. Could it be elucidated perhaps what's beyond the codes and standards that we've been discussing for the safety of the battery products themselves. What sort of training protocols or standards have been followed or will be followed to ensure that the Carver Fire Department is given proper training or adequate training to respond in the event of an incident on site? And so again, kind of the crux of the question is, battery safety is an emerging topic, right? Like, this is something that people are trying to figure out around the country, and it's an evolving space. So to the extent that you can provide some insight into, again, what are the standards, what are sort of the protocols that you intend to follow, or what is the development of that training for Carver Fire Department going to look like?
So I can definitely provide my perspective, based on what I know and understand. I can't obviously speak for, I can't speak for the Carver Fire Department, but the goal of the company and even of the product manufacturer, we refer to Tesla in general, is to provide the first responders who are trained, who are certified through state guidelines with the relevant information about any of the unique characteristics or safety issues with the product that's being installed. Again, not, being a firefighter myself, I can't necessarily, and I can defer to Lieutenant Rogers as we get into more detail, but they understand how to deal with electrical fires. They understand how to deal with structure fires. They understand how to deal with hazardous chemical releases. What our role is and our job is to provide them with the additional material and information and training about what to do with an event that relates to the specific equipment that we're installing. And that is the goal of both the emergency response plan, as well as the hazard mitigation analysis as deliverables that are required to the Carver Fire Department as part of our special use permit. I don't know if that answers what you were.
Yeah, please.
I can elaborate. Thank you, Mr. Hughes. So NFPA has put out a training course on energy storage systems batteries. It was the first one that was actually put out there to try to get some information out to first responders. I was involved with that development of that training, but the training that we're going to provide for the Carver Fire Department is going to go above and beyond site-specific, energy storage-specific training about exactly what's at the location. The NFPA was just a general overall view, and it even went into different chemistries, lead acid, flow batteries, and things of that sort. But this is going to be based on what is exactly at their location and how to handle an event that takes place.
Mr. Rogers, maybe there's stuff on the record that I'm not fully familiar with, but what's on the record for the specifics of the training that the company is going to offer to the fire department? Now, you may not have this all worked out with the fire department. The board may want to require as a condition some kind of level of condition. I don't know what they will want, but can you talk about different levels of training and how training might be specified for, by an outside party like us, of how much, because we're not going to define the exact curriculum, but what way would the company be ready to commit to a certain level of training with the fire department? You can answer that question, any of those questions. It's sort of a collection of questions.
Sure. So I'll start and let Lieutenant Rogers add in. So it will be our goal to interactively work with the Carver Fire Department on the components of the project that are unique. And if I use as an example, the battery cell itself as a unique component, we would provide the details that you already start to see in the HMA and in the emergency response plan in, a training format, PowerPoint slides that would walk through what are the hazards, what are the risks, what are the things that they're dealing with, what are the components of it, and what different ways could it fault, break down, etc. And in this example, to continue forward, one of the understood best practices, and it's documented in the emergency response plan, as well as the HMA, and Lieutenant Rogers can go into more detail, is essentially to assume a defensive position, to make sure that there is no other fuel sources, hazards, etc., that are at risk. And if, even though our UL 9548 test does not show it going to a fire state or into that level of an event, if something did happen, to react based on what they're already trained for and understood as part of their prior training, with the additional information about the unique characteristics of that product and of those components, and go through the different scenarios. That's what I would envision it to be. And I guess Lieutenant Rogers, if you would add anything.
Mr. Caranta, you're talking kind of the contents of the training, and that's fine. My question is more like, what kind of a commitment or requirement how can we define training? We had another case, I think it was an LNG case, where there was kind of a national curriculum, and we considered, and maybe did or maybe did not impose a condition, that the company sent a certain number of firefighters to a certain length of training that we knew was available, or we thought was available nationwide. And so, different context, but is there a nugget where you can say sort of list a particular amount of training, a particular degree of training? I mean, your information on what you want to include in the curriculum is fine, but my question was more, how can we get on paper that your commitment that you want to make sure that they're all trained?
Sure, absolutely. And I apologize. In my head, I already understand that we are committed, because it's conditions of our special use permit with the Carver Fire Department, and that we would provide physical on-site training to the department at the level of detail and at the specificity of what they feel they need, whether it's their incident command team, whether it's all their staff, whatever it ends up being when it gets finalized. We are 100% committed, and it's part of why we're working with industry leading experts like ESRG and Lieutenant Rogers, who come from the fire service and understand what the fire service needs in order to ensure the safety of those individuals. And that's absolutely a very clear and committed requirement for us as part of the project.
Mr. Rogers, I may have cut in before you had something to add to that.
Just to follow up, so when you're training the fire department, there's a delicate balance on who you're training. You got to know your audience. We do not want to get into real technical stuff, because they're going to have a difficult time digesting it, and you will lose them. So we want to make sure that there's that balance, that we can make sure they fully understand exactly what they need to do in the event of a failure, and how they can manage an event that may take place.
And maybe, I apologize for jumping in, Mr. Hughes. I was just going to say, Allison shared with me in the special permit conditions, condition number 2 clearly outlines this requirement as well. That's why I didn't answer it as quickly when you asked the question. Mr. Young, I'm sorry.
And Mr. Caranta, is that in the record of the case?
Yes. Yes, it is, sir.
Could you just give us the exhibit number or where it is?
Original petition, that's right. It was filed with the original petition.
I believe it was filed with the original petition.
So it's one of the attachments or whatever they're called.
I believe so.
If you want to give us 1 minute, we can look that up to get the specific exhibit number.
I believe it might be exhibit CP3, Carver site plan review and special permit. Is that the document we're referring to?
Yes, that should be it. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much. Mr. Hughes?
Yeah, and so I think just as a quick summation of that, just to make sure I understood everything correctly, we're stating that there is going to be some degree of field training for the Carver Fire Department in accordance with their needs, the needs that they stipulate. Is that correct?
Yes.
So having read through the HMA and the ERP, but not I haven't memorized every word of it. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. The recommended response to a thermal runway event is to the recommended response from the company, sorry, is to not use water or chemicals to suppress the fire unless the incident commander determines that there is a need to use water to cool and protect adjacent exposures, not the actual fire itself.
That is correct, and that is only in the case that a failure mechanism occurs different than what is documented in the UL 95 40A unit test, where none of those things did occur.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying. This next question is, perhaps a bit of speculation. So if the company doesn't feel like they can give a completely accurate response, I understand, just to the best of your ability. When is it expected that these emergency response protocols would be finalized with the Carver Fire Department? And if you want to give your answer in terms of, kind of phases, that's fine, like post-construction, pre-operation, or something of those lines, just so we have some time boundaries, that would be great.
Sure. So as we evolve through the remaining components of the detailed design of the project and of the site, much of it would culminate, the HMA and emergency response plan would continue to be updated through to the official application of the building permit, which would come at the conclusion of the EFSB proceedings when we were able to move forward from that. The ERP especially, I would think of as a living document where it is never quote unquote finished. It's something that's continuously evolved and updated through the entire life cycle of the project, including operation, with any particular details that might change, new learnings that may come about, et cetera. But I would expect that it's in a mostly complete point by the time we enter. I would probably predict somewhere in the 80 to 90% range by the time we go through the building permit, and certainly by operation, it's a requirement that it would be signed off as complete at that point in time by the Carver Fire Department as the AHJ.
Excellent, thank you. So I think pivoting a little bit from incident response, we just have a few questions about related projects that also involve Tesla megapacks that may or may not have been developed by the company. So the first one is just, is the company aware of the recent Tesla megapack fire in Monterey, California that occurred within the past month and a half or so? I think September 20th, 22nd, perhaps.
I'm sorry, September what?
Yes.
September 20th, 22nd?
20th or 22nd.
Oh, thank you.
Date in that range. I don't remember the exact date.
Yes, we are aware of what has been provided in the public domain.
Okay. And I personally was not able to find in the public domain. So if you guys were able to, that would be incredible. Was that system a Tesla Megapack 1 or the 2 XL?
So I know from previous experience, timing wise and such, that installation, I believe it's called the Elkhorn Battery Storage Project, that segment of it with PG&E as the customer is utilizing the previous product from Tesla, the Megapack. Technically, they only term it as the Megapack. We say Megapack 1, I think, to help clarify between, but it was their original product using a different chemistry and type of battery cell.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that. And for further clarification, that Tesla Pack 1, as we're calling it, which isn't the official name, was the product that the company originally applied in for with this project, right? But has since switched to the 2XL for all of the aforementioned safety upgrades.
I'm sorry, for all of the what?
The aforementioned like safety upgrades and improved protocols.
Yes, correct.
Excellent. Any follow-up from you, Mr. Young?
No, thank you.
I think that is it for my line of questioning for today.
Okay, so we have zoning, which was added. It wasn't on the original schedule, but we did come up with some questions that the staff has regarding zoning, and I'll take over the questioning from this point. So it's correct, isn't it, that the company already has a special permit that was granted by the town of Carver?
Yes, that's correct. We have a site plan review and special permit.
Okay, so given that the company has applied for comprehensive zoning exemption, can you explain why the company needs this?
Yes, so in 2019, Cranberry Point received the site plan review and special permit from the town of Carver's planning board and an order of conditions from the Carver Conservation Commission. In early 2022, 10 citizens in Carver put forth a petition for a battery storage specific moratorium to be voted on at the annual town meeting in Carver in April of 2022. At that meeting, the battery storage moratorium was voted on and was passed. So while this moratorium is now in effect in Carver and is not expected to be retroactively applied to this project, given that a permit was received prior to it being implemented, a moratorium could create or put forth new bylaws or changes to zoning bylaws that could significantly impact the ability for the project to move forward in the timeline that it's targeting and to ultimately be successful.
And do you know if the company has provided us with the warrant language, be it by exhibit or a response to a request?
I don't believe so.
So if you could, I'd like to make that a record request, and we'll call that RR EFSB-7. And do you know if the moratorium, I'm assuming based on your answer that it doesn't just affect Cranberry Point, but all BEST projects?
It's our understanding that it would be applicable from the time it was implemented for, I believe, 11 and a half months. I'd have to double check the exact timeline. So it doesn't appear that it would impact retroactively just for that period of time.
Okay, and it's not specific to Cranberry Point, but all battery projects.
Correct. It doesn't list any specific project. It only states battery energy storage.
Okay. And do you know, I mean, you may not know the answer to this, but do you know if the town shares concerns that zoning issues would delay or terminate the project?
Could you be more specific?
Well, in your communications with any of the town officials, do you know whether or not the possibility of zoning issues derailing the project would impact the town in any way that they might deem negative?
I don't think I have any information related to your question, and can't speak for the town.
Do you know if there's anything right now that's happening in Carver regarding possible modifications of those zoning ordinances or the moratorium?
I believe I've seen on an agenda that they are moving forward with some studying of battery storage as part of the moratorium period.
And other than that, you don't have any other indications as to a timeline from the town of that review?
No, the only timeline I'm aware of currently is the length of the moratorium.
Okay. So usually comprehensive zoning exemptions are requested along with all necessary individual zoning exemptions. Can you explain why the company did not request individual zoning exemptions?
Again, beyond beyond this site plan review and special permit being in place, the reason we went for the comprehensive zoning exemption was to protect the project from being impacted by future zoning bylaw changes that could occur from the moratorium.
Okay. Let me just take a look. Are there any specific changes to the project that that you believe the town would pursue under revised zoning ordinances if enacted? If you have any indication or ideas whether or not that they may seek to outright ban or strictly hobble any development of a project such as yours?
I don't have awareness of details that they're looking into for restrictions on battery storage, but it could be anything along the lines of changing setback requirements, changing lot coverage ratios, requiring certain specifics on site design, or other parameters that are, again, unbeknownst to me at this time, but could impact the project from a siting and design perspective.
Okay. Are you aware of what the interveners have to say about the comprehensive zoning exemption request?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the company's view on the arguments presented by the interveners regarding those zoning requests?
Could you be more specific as to which?
Well, given
or zoning ordinance?
given what the interveners have said about the comprehensive zoning exemption, I'm assuming the company has a view on some of the arguments they made against the comprehensive zoning exemption. And if the company has, a response to or a different view than the interveners on those, could you elaborate on any of those?
The company went through the public process in 2018 and 2019 with the town of Carver, who's the HJ for the Cranberry Point project, to receive through that public process a site plan review and special permit, and worked closely with the town as well as the Carver Fire Department on outlining the conditions necessary to move forward with the project. Additionally, worked with the Conservation Commission to outline an order of conditions. So the project followed the town code, the town standards, and went through the publicly available, the public process to rightfully permit this project. So, you know, the company did the permitting, went through the permitting process as it was outlined at that time. And additionally, received an extension for the permit and a minor modification in 2021.
And since that time, has the town or the interveners expressed any concerns to the company regarding the zoning exemption request?
I believe that the town of Carver provided the Energy Facility Siting Board with their letter in not supporting the comprehensive zoning exemption, but did not have an objection.
And lastly, if you could explain why you believe Cranberry Point should be considered a public service company, which is one of the requirements for a zoning exemption.
Cranberry Point will be providing electricity to the electrical grid, and will, according to the legal definition, would be considered a public.
I'm sorry. I couldn't hear you. According to the what definition?
According to the legal definition, and council can opine further on the legal characterization.
Well, in essence, you'll be both a customer and a provider, correct?
By customer, are you referencing to the fact that we will be purchasing electricity to charge?
You'll be drawing a load when you're charging, and then discharging into the grid when it's peak, correct?
Correct.
So you'll be both a recipient of generated power and a provider of power.
Correct.
Okay. Now, does that change your take on whether or not you strictly, I mean, if you were a gas or coal or some other generation plant, then that would be one thing. But does that change your I guess your setup in terms of for requiring the zoning exemption? You're saying you're a public service company because you're providing electricity, but does that change that take on that definition?
No, it does not. We are providing for necessity electricity to the general public.
Okay, that's all I have for now. And I'd ask any other staff, be it Director Green, Director Young, or General Counsel Evans, and anybody else, whether or not they have any questions for the panel.
I have a few to follow up on your line of questioning, Mr. Gibault, so maybe I could proceed.
Yes.
Thank you. So the question was asked about the language of the warrant article that led to the enactment of the moratorium. And often with warrant articles, there are reports or studies that are issued by different town committees to inform the voters. Do you know if that was the case with regard to the warrant on the battery moratorium? I hope I'm not on mute.
Do you want to defer to Polly? Polly, do you have any information
To our
maybe the best
knowledge.
to answer that?
Wrong mute button, sorry. Thank you. To our knowledge, there was no study accompanying the moratorium petition. It was simply a petition of 10 residents of the town of Carver that went to vote on April 12th.
So was there any recommendation by either the Board of the Select Board rather, or the Planning Board or any other bodies of the town of Carver? An official
One of the
position.
committees had the authority to approve the moratorium to go to vote at the town hall. I would have to check my records to remember which one, if it was the planning board that approved the moratorium petition to go to vote.
Would you happen to know whether their presumed approval was a procedural approval, or did it reflect a substantive judgment on the merits of the warrant article?
My understanding is that the rules of submitting a petition from the public, from residents in the town of Carver, the town's rules allow for 10 residents to form a petition that then must go on the town meeting for vote. Therefore, there was no judgment that we witnessed by the board in submitting this. It was a procedural decision because of the town rules to allow this question to go to vote.
Did the company speak at the town meeting and have a chance to voice its concerns?
No.
So no invitation was
To be
offered?
clear, the residents were given priority seating and priority speaking opportunities. The company did not attempt to speak at that town vote.
Did it receive an invitation to speak and just simply choose not to, or it was not offered that opportunity?
The town of Carver did
Mr.
not
Green.
offer that opportunity to come speak.
Sorry, I just to add to Polly, so I did sit in and attend the town meeting. My understanding, not being a lawyer, but my understanding is that non-residents of Carver are not allowed to actually speak at the meeting or have to be approved and are not given priority. And so because it was a citizen's petition, it was automatically put through onto the warrant as Ms. Shaw described, and there was no request for information, no point of discussion. It's all completely within the scope of the bylaws of the town of Carver and the residents of the town of Carver.
Okay, thank you for that. So now that the moratorium was adopted at town meeting, what is the administrative process that's playing out now? Is there a study commission under a particular board or group that's been established to develop, town policies, rules, perhaps new ordinances relating to the topic of the warrant?
Yes, there is a committee that has been formed, and that's the extent of the details I have. So if we need to provide more information, we can take that as a record request.
Yeah, let's do that. I'd like to find out what the name of the committee is, who's on the committee, what process they're conducting right now to review the local permitting of battery energy storage projects, and any documents that they have developed to this point in time that are public, obviously.
That will be RR EFSB -8.
You mentioned that there has been an extension and a minor modification of the special permit that the company received from the select board. And I'm wondering, was that extension made after passage of the moratorium or before the moratorium passed?
It was before the moratorium was passed.
And that extension carries through to when?
To March of 2023.
And what happens at the expiration of that time period?
We would need to extend the permit further prior to that date if the comprehensive zoning exemption was not granted.
By March of 2023? Is there a particular date in the month or just end of month?
I believe it's March 31st.
Okay.
But can confirm that.
So I guess I'm looking for an opinion, given that both the select board and the planning board indicated by 5-0 votes each that they did not favor the siting board granting the comprehensive zoning exemption. Does that tell us anything about their willingness to extend the special permit beyond March 31st, 2023, or are they unrelated?
I think that it may be unrelated in the sense that this is one particular project that was previously approved, and the battery storage moratorium was for all battery storage projects moving forward.
So would that mean that you expect the town would be willing to grant an extension come March 31st if the board has not acted on the zoning exemption request?
I'm not sure how the board would vote at this time.
Again, another perhaps speculative question on my part, but given that certainly in the earlier stages of permitting at the local level, there seemed to be I would describe as a cooperative atmosphere with the select board and the planning board, and receiving the special permit and other local planning approval, site plan approval, and so forth. It is interesting to note that they took such a strong position with regard to the request for the comprehensive zoning exemption in the negative direction. And I'm just looking to try to understand, if you can, to sort of describe whether there was a shift in philosophy, perhaps members of the board changed, or what sort of evolved in that time period.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
I'd like to answer this if,
Go for it.
Allison, do you want to, or do you want me to?
Then we can have Allison. You've been working on this.
Okay. There was a very cooperative, collaborative discussion through 3 different permit reviews that went through public process from 2018 until 2021 in the spring, when we received the special permit extension. What began to change was in August 2021, Save the Pine Barrens and its sub-project, Community Land and Water Coalition, began attacking the project on social media, on Twitter, Facebook, and on their project websites. I believe, the company believes, that there was a great deal of misinformation spread about this project repeatedly in dozens of tweets and posts from August 2021. I'd like to read you some of these posts so that you can see the characterization of this project and understand some of the claims made about this project that contravene the facts that are being presented in this petition and in our testimony. If you would allow me, I've got some examples that I can pull from to give you a flavor of the information that was being spread to Carver's residents and nearby abutters about this project.
I'm sorry to jump in, but I have my hand raised. I understand that hearsay is generally admissible in administrative proceedings, but I think that we're getting to a point now where this is so speculative and it's based on the company's perceptions of what other people are thinking and saying, and it's so far afield of actual fact that I need to object. And even if it's taken as evidence over that objection, I would suggest that it should be given little to no weight because it does not bear the indicia of reliability that we would typically expect of evidence to make such a weighty decision. Thank you.
It's
Maybe I can
overruled.
Mr. Green, I just want to clarify that
Wait,
I have
Holly,
written text.
in response.
Wait, one at a time.
Yes.
One at a
Mr.
time.
Lamar, if I could clarify, maybe I've wandered a little further afield than I intended to. I was really trying to understand the town's official shift in position, again, as reflected in approval of a special permit and site plan approvals to taking a vote in seemingly opposition to relief of zoning, comprehensive zoning issues that could affect the construction of the facility. So it was really more directed towards the town's official thinking and evolution of their thought rather than, the activities of groups in the community and their advocacy one way or the other for the project. I can appreciate, Ms. Shaw, that, obviously elected officials are influenced by the activities of residents of the town and different organized efforts and communications, but I'm not really trying to go there. I'm really more interested in just, again, the philosophy of the town officials and how that shifted. And I would accept your general characterization that they were influenced by messaging from the community or advocacy from the community, and we could probably leave it at that for now.
I would add in, Mr. Green, that the company was asked specifically what the position of Save the Pine Barrens is with respect to the 40A. And much of that information is not hearsay. It's actually on the record that Save the Pine Barrens has put out in press releases and other documents. So if the EFSB, I understand it may not be directly responsive to your question, but it certainly was responsive to Mr. Poe's question earlier. And so I think we'd be happy to take as a record request, if you'd like, to provide all of the information that we have that Save the Pine Barrens has put on the record in a public place and the misinformation that has been provided by them about this project. They are a party to the case, so they're a party to the case. So it's not like it's total hearsay coming out of nowhere.
No, I understand exactly what you're saying, and maybe that's a useful direction to make this an evidentiary question rather than an opinion question. So if there are postings that have been made, particularly as they relate to the moratorium, which we're discussing, whether that's social media postings, letters, other documents that are publicly available, I think that would serve a useful purpose. And I would like to ask for that as a record request.
That would be record request EFSB-9.
Are we clear on the scope of that? And does that make sense?
It does. I will need to overrule the objection by opposing counsel earlier for that record request to go through, because I believe that would have encompassed even this record request. Am I correct, Attorney Bertram?
It would have, and I understand. I would just renew, my position that, I think we assign weight to this, particularly with respect to how it influences elected officials, where weight is due. And I would urge that, again, we're trying to divine the mental workings of individuals who aren't here and aren't testifying.
Noted. However, the objection is overruled. Thank you.
Ms. Sands, I think you were mentioning that your sense is that there could be some changes in zoning ordinances relating to battery storage facilities. You talked about setbacks as one possible area of change, and I don't recall the other provisions. But I'm wondering if you have heard from any of the town officials that you've been dealing with that they are actually interested in making some specific changes along those lines to this project in terms of setbacks, height, whatever the other, physical or operational characteristics are that might be on their mind right now as they look at the ordinances?
I have not heard any specifics. The setback and other design characteristics that I mentioned were simply from an awareness of, how moratoria can unfold, and if a study committee has changes to the zoning code, items like setbacks or design specifications may be part of those changes, but I have not heard any specifics.
So I don't have the specific information to offer, but I am aware that there have been some other towns and municipalities in Massachusetts that have followed suit with similar types of moratoria on battery storage facilities. Are you aware of that? And do you have any information on that and any thoughts to offer?
I am aware of other battery storage specific moratoria across the state, but do not have any specifics as to what those entail in terms of zoning changes that have came out of those processes or those moratoria.
It's assuming, this is correct, that there are a handful or perhaps more even of municipalities doing what Carver is now doing and looking at its ordinances. Do you have any advice or recommendations to the siting board in how perhaps we are looking at our responsibilities, both in terms of 69J and a quarter facility approval and considering a zoning exemption that may help assist municipalities who seem to be questioning the siting of battery storage facilities?
Could we take that? Oh, Polly, could we take that as a record request, Mr. Green?
Did you want to respond, Ms. Shaw, or would you prefer to take that as a record request?
My brief answer is that it is the stated policy of the Commonwealth to advance the deployment of energy storage because of the Energy Storage Initiative that was launched in 2015, because it retains great ratepayer benefit across the state. And in the State of Charge report that was produced in 2016, there were a set of recommendations for policy and programs that can help the Commonwealth to get ready for that storage deployment, such as disseminating safety information as to the latest standards and codes. Perhaps there is a role for EFSB to continue that good work of spreading more information on today's standards and codes for battery storage systems.
Thank you. Ms. Shaw, not Ms. Shaw, Ms. Sand, did you want to supplement that either on the record today or as a record request?
Yes, as a record request, if we could.
So why don't we do that, Mr. Jabal? If we can again ask.
That will be RR EFSB-9.
Mr. Gabo, I hate to jump, but I think it might be EFSB RR.
That's right, 10. Sorry, 10. I was looking at 9 when I said that. My apologies.
I wonder if we could just take a brief, like a 5-minute recess, Mr. Presiding Officer, to see what we do with the remainder of the time today.
Why don't we give it 10, because 5 minutes is enough to get a drink and sit down again. So why don't it's 3:14 by my computer clock. Let's give it till 3:25. So we'll take a short recess and return at 3:25.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear us?
I'd be unmuted by Andre.
I know. But,
So thank you.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you.
That's all that counts.
Yes, we can. And I just need to once again make sure that everybody is back. And it looks like all of the required people are back. So with that, we're back on the record. And Director Green may have some more questions for the panel.
Just checking.
Director Green, may I answer one of the questions that you asked before the break that I was not able to answer?
That's fine with me.
Great. So to your question about the board, the planning board makeup change in Carver from when we first submitted to now, to answer that, yes, the board members have shifted since we originally submitted and received the permit till now. And one of the planning board members currently who voted for our minor modification and our extension was actually one of the 10 citizens who signed the petition in early 2022 for a battery storage moratorium. And his wife is one of the leaders of the local opposition groups in Carver called Carver Concerned Citizens.
Thank you. I am going to be shifting away from zoning and just at least start the discussion on noise. If I may, do we have the right witnesses present to discuss the noise study that was performed recently by AECom?
We do. Mr. Keto from AECom is here.
Excellent. So in response to our most recent round of information requests, I believe it was EFSB NO-9 included an attachment that has the AECom sound assessment, I believe it's called, acoustic assessment. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
The date on this report is fairly recent. It says October 12th, 2022. So this is barely, a couple weeks old at this point. I'm wondering, first of all, has this document, did this document get submitted during the SEIR review process at MEPA?
An earlier version of this document was submitted with the SEIR to MEPA. The MEPA analyst had some questions in regard to the modeling of the enclosures being done in pairs rather than individuals. So this report was produced to clarify that. As there are 82 enclosures, but it was modeled as 41 pairs, I believe.
So this study really resulted from MEPA analyst questions or a combination of board and MEPA?
It was the board originally requesting the additional study of, I believe, extending the days of ambient monitoring, having it done during a time of year when there would be low insects present, low total number. That was the driver for it, but the late revision date for it was the MEPA analyst having a quick question about one of the tables that was in the report. That table was changed to clarify things for her.
So, Mr. Keogh, could you just give us a sort of high-level walkthrough of what the conclusions are in this recent study?
Yes, I would have to refer to NOI 5. which was a subpart of that EFSB N09. So the operation of the project will result in increases in ambient noise levels at all property lines. However, it's important to note that the ambient levels presented in the acoustic assessment are specifically assessed using the quietest 1 hour period that was measured across the 5-day survey period. For example, the proposed project noise level at PL-1 is 10 decibels above the reported ambient measured at LT1, and therefore is compliant with the Mass DEP standards. But looking at the measurement data in more detail, the proposed project would only generate a noise level greater than 8 decibels above ambient for approximately 3 hours of the monitored 116-hour period, or 2.5% of a given period occurring during the late night hours. Conversely, the project will not generate even a readily perceptible increase or a 5 decibel increase to the ambient noise level at this location for about 88% of a given period.
So we're going to get into a little bit of statistics, I think. It's unavoidable when talking about this topic. And Mr. Keogh, could you explain DEP's noise policy and sort of what the statistical case is that they evaluate to determine that 10 dBA increment?
I'm not familiar enough with it at this point to really dive into that now. The report was prepared by an AECOM noise expert, and I'm merely here to answer any specific questions about it. So we would have to provide that information in a record request.
Well, let me ask a specific question. Are you familiar with the term L90?
I particularly am not.
Okay. Let's move on. We'll circle back to that in a little bit. I think what I'd like to do, if I may, Mr. Jabot, is actually do a screen share from the response to EFSB NO-9, which has the October 12th report, if I may do that. Let me see if I can.
I'm sorry,
pull that up.
that's fine.
Okay. All right. Are you folks seeing a table that says table 3?
Yes.
Okay. So this comes from the AECOM report that we were just discussing from EFSB NO-9. And I think this is what Mr. Keogh is alluding to about different receptor or receiver locations, which is in the leftmost column. And the existing ambient noise levels in the second column from the left, what the limit would be with the 10 dBA increment under the DEP policy. And then the fourth column from the left is the predicted noise at these locations. Did I get that right, Mr. Keogh?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And then the conclusion is the last column on the right, which is whether these levels would be compliant. And the answer is yes, they all would be compliant, with one exception, I guess, which was not applicable on PL-5. Because that's apparently.
That is correct also.
And can you just explain why that one didn't have a pronouncement as to compliance?
Yes, I believe if we look at you have the, sorry, I'm going to have to flip through the report. 4 or 5. Okay. So figure 5. I don't know if you're available to share that on the screen at the moment, Mr. Green.
I could try. What page is that on?
It is the last page of the report, right before you get to Appendix A, glossary of acoustic terminology.
Right. Are we talking this?
I believe so. If you scroll down a little bit, it's not visual.
Can you see it now?
So PL5, yes, PL5,
Right here.
non-sensitive.
Yeah.
Yes, is the spot on a property line, but it is right in the middle of the cranberry bog. And that's why it was determined to be non-sensitive.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you for calling our attention to that information. So I'm going to go back to table 3 now. So I think returning to my question about L90, that I'll just, offer my rough definition, which is that is a way of measuring sound increments or, sound pressure levels in jargon terms relative to a quiet background condition, which is at the sort of 10th percentile of noise. It's not the absolute quietest hour imaginable, but it's at the, very low end at the 10th percentile. And that's, in other words, the 90 in the L90 means that 90% of the samplings would be above that background level of noise. So I realize, Mr. Keogh, that you've voiced some reservations about, expert testimony in this area, but does that accord with your understanding?
Yes, as you described it here, that is correct.
Okay. So are we in fact looking at L90 measures in this table, or is that something that we don't know right now?
Yes, and I believe that is what was discussed within NO5. As he was saying that for instance, for PL1, the 4th column over has predicted noise generated by project operations being 10 decibels above the existing or the L90 for PL-1 at 28. And that is what he was describing in NO5, as he was saying it was project would generate a noise level approximately greater than 8 decibels above ambient for approximately 3 hours of the monitored 116.
So I'm looking at a screen that's a bit far away, and I finally realized that there actually is a reference to L90, which I'm pointing my cursor to right now in the second column. Is that, I hope I'm reading that right? Yeah, that is L90.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
So what I'm seeing here is that you're starting off, let's say with PL1 as your receiver location. You're starting with the background L90 quiet time, presumably evening hours at 28 dBA. The DEP policy limit would be 38, and the measured or estimated noise level would match the DEP limit. Is that right?
Yes, it would match but not exceed.
Not right. So we're right at the cusp of what the policy would deem permissible. Is that right?
Yes, for as you had said, the lowest noise level time period.
And that's not the only location where we have that circumstance. I'm looking at PL3 where it's 40 and 40. We have some close calls, 38 to 37. So we're at or near the 10 dBA for most of these locations, or at least the majority of them, it looks like. Well, I shouldn't even say that. It's about half. It's about half.
Yes, I would agree that we match or come close, but do not exceed.
So I realize that any kind of modeling involves an estimation process with math and measurements that feed into models. Are these predictions always accurate, or is there an expectation that there is going to be some variance either above or below the estimated values.
As with all studies, I believe there's a degree of accuracy. But I'm not sure at the moment what the specific degree of accuracy is. I believe it's in the report, and I'm going through that at the moment.
Do you want to take a moment to look at that, or that would be fine?
Yes, please.
And Mr. Green, if I could, I would just add from my own experience, having dealt with noise studies in many places, that the value in the table, in the columns, are measured in dBA. It's the A-weighted, those are a logarithmic value. So, 37 to 38 is not a linear differentiation between the two. It's a logarithmic comparison. So it's more than just a 1/38 higher, so to speak.
That's a valid point, and I am aware of that. So maybe we can sort of limit the questioning to the, I think, 2 cases where we are at the 10 dBA level, and that would be for PL-1 and PL-3. So those are right at the 10 dBA. At any rate, I think Mr. Keogh was getting back to us on a point.
I'll have to provide that information at a later date, Mr. Green. I do not see within the report the stated level of accuracy of the modeling.
I have a feeling we'll probably be continuing some further questions on the subject of noise tomorrow. So rather than asking a record request now, we can just keep that one on the table.
With that, are there any other staff members who would like to pose questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just, Mr. Chabot, I was just saying that particular question, I was not going to make a record request. I'm not quite done yet.
All right, there was a long silence there, Director Green, and I assume that was it. So continue.
Thank you. So I just wanted to, gauge kind of the significance of this table, particularly with the 2 cases where we are at the 10 dBA DEP limits as modeled by AECOM, to ask the question of, should we be concerned about that? Is this a situation where some margin of safety would be advisable to get below the 10 dBA modeled increase? And if so, what type of mitigation would be conceivable for this project and these particular impacted locations?
I think the only point I would want to add, Mr. Green, if I could, is, as a reference point, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, on page 12, there is a reference to typical common outdoor activities and the noise level one would expect. And a 40 dBA level is fairly quiet as well. Although the issue being quiet is a relative term, which is why the modeling and analysis is obviously done.
Yeah, the point is well taken, that we're in certainly the lower end of the range here of common types of indoor and outdoor activities when you're in the 40 dB range. But the DEP noise policy is not an absolute limitation on the total dBA. It's about the increment, isn't it?
It is, correct.
Do you know why, or do you have an explanation as to why DEP has selected 10 dBA as their threshold value for the noise increment that's permissible under their policy?
I cannot comment on why. I can't speak for the Mass DEP. I can say that from my experience in other municipalities, other states, it's very common as that sort of delta for something new being added, whether it be a project like this or even, you know, a residential neighborhood or a commercial building or anything of that nature.
You were indicating before that dBA is a logarithmic scale. It's not a continuous scale, or a straight linear scale, I guess would be the correct term. Is that right?
Correct.
So if we're talking about a 10 dBA increase, what are we saying in terms of the percentage increase in noise? Is that a 5% increase, a 10%, a doubling? What are we really talking about in terms of its perceptive significance?
So I think that would be better served as a record request. I know from experience that going from 90 to 100 is a much more significant delta than going from 40 to 50 or 30 to 40. Kind of going back to my very long time ago math days, but that's something I think we could, you know, get a succinct answer on from a record request, if that's okay.
That would be very helpful if we can make that a request now for an explanation of what a 10 dBA increase means in terms of the percentage increase in sound pressure level from, say, 30 to 40.
That will be RR. That will be RR EFSB-11.
And Mr. Green, if I can.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you could put that, if you think about that in your head, just, I'll share how I think about it. If you think about a logarithmic scale where, you know, X versus Y, you are not going up in the Y direction very quickly in the initial stages, so to speak, and then you take a sharp kind of ramp up. And on the X-axis would be, you know, for this example, say noise, a delta of, you know, 10 dBA is probably a very small Y direction, whereas when you get up towards, you know, 80 or 90, it's a much bigger delta. That's the way I tend to think of it, but I think the record request will help clarify that.
Well, thank you. For argument's sake, or, you know, as a hypothetical, or let's say provisional response to my question, let's assume that going from 30 dBA to 40 dBA is in fact a doubling of sound levels. Let's just take that as an assumption for now, pending your response. Would a doubling of sound at these levels be something that the average resident would perceive?
Well, given your example, I'm not quite sure that it is a doubling of the sound, but if you look at the table that is on page 12 of the report, you'll see that going from 30 dBA to 40 dBA is 30 dBA is quiet. They equate it with being in a library. And once again, if you're jumping up to 40 dBA, it's a quiet urban nighttime. So that, that's the jump. So that barely perceptible, given that the 30 would be, our PL 90 would be taking at the quietest time of year, at the quietest time of night. And the increase of the 10 dBA would be, it's just part of the operation. And it would not be as a constant 10 dBA. It would only function above that for, as stated in NOI, NO5, specific time period.
Okay. So let me, again, just sort of take another step forward. Has the company looked at ways it could mitigate its sound levels? I realize that it doesn't think that that's required by DEP noise policy, but has the company explored what it could do to reduce, again, noise to surrounding residents? Has it studied that at all?
I'm sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I'm finished.
Okay, so in my past experience on other projects, mitigating noise that's at fairly high levels, 70, 80, 90 dB, has very straightforward sort of technologies in the market that, dampening blankets or vents or fan, like louvers is the word I was looking for, on a fan, things of that to kind of dampen that noise magnitude and it's carrying. When you get down into the, 30, 40 dBA sort of numbers, I can say from just practical experience of managing projects where you've had to deal with it, you are into sort of extremes that become very difficult to, do something with at a source. And even picking out which component of the source is really contributing to that becomes extremely complicated. And so it is typically understood that, trying to squeeze out those sort of small percentages at that lower end is much, much more complicated and involved than, at those higher levels, where you can dampen, something very loud, very high amplitude more easily. And
I also want to make a comment, Mr. Green, that the receptors that are at the 10 dBA limit but do not exceed are actually not at residences. They are at property lines. So I just want to make that clarification.
that's actually a really good point. Thank you.
I'm glad you brought that up, and I was hoping to get some further insight as to, what the divergence is between, let's say, the distance from the property lines to where the actual structures are that the residents live in.
Those can be found on figure number 5 as well. There are callouts for the DBA at each resident.
Are you saying that the information is that they're at the building location as well as at the property line location?
Yes, that is correct. Figure 5 depicts both.
Labeled R1, R2, R3, and R4.
Okay. Maybe let me do another screen share if I can. There we go. Do you see the figure 5?
Yes, if you scroll down a little bit, we have a good example would be PL3. As you can see at the property line, PL3 has a limit of 40 dBA and a predicted value of 40 dBA. But just above that, you'll see the residence R3 just above PL3. And there's the limit of 40 dBA remains the same, but the predicted is 37 dBA. So if you go to the north of PL3, which is located right at the top of where, there we go.
Yeah.
So that's a prime example of where we meet but do not exceed at the property line. And by the time we get to the residence, we're several dBA under.
And the other location was R1, is that right?
Yes, correct. So that would be to the west, and that would be, I believe, PL1, which is
PL1
38
rather.
and 38.
I'm sorry, which is what, M38?
38 dBA is the limit, and the predicted is 38 dBA as well. And then as we move west to the residence, the limit, as stated before, remains the same, but the predicted is 37 dBA.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. That helps quite a bit. So where would you, you were talking about, noise mitigation and sort of going after the loudest pieces of equipment if you were mitigating noise. What sources of equipment for this project are the prime producers of noise that we're looking at in these different isopleths, I believe they're called?
The primary influencers are going to be either the mechanical system. So for example, the fans that would operate on the Megapack 2 XL enclosures. And then the other noise source would be the large main power transformer in the substation area of our project that you kind of see on figure 5 in kind of the, for lack of better determination, in that western section of the project. Those would be the two largest sort of contributors of noise in terms of what was modeled.
So fans and transformers are basically what we're looking at.
Correct.
And the fans are for the transformers, aren't they?
There are fans on the transformer as well. They don't necessarily operate all the time, but that's part of it, as well as just that size of a transformer does have a, acoustical hum that's part of what's modeled in.
And are there any enclosures that the company is planning to use to try and reduce the radiation of that sound from fans and transformers?
So the fans, the way the transformer is laid out and such, is that the fans are, and the radiators would be on the sort of eastern side so that they're not, facing as far west. But, the electrical needs of that transformer tend to be what'll help dictate how it's installed and how it's put in place and wired. But I believe in the layout that we have, for simplicity, they model right at the dead center of the unit, it producing that noise, whereas in reality, the fans are likely going to be over on the side of the unit.
Mr. Caranta, when you modeled the transformers, thank you, I've lost it. Did you have them with the fans and pumps on? Were they operating at max, or did you run them, or did you look at them at a cooler nighttime likely setup?
No, the manufacturer data for a transformer such as that, in this example, in this project, it's a Virginia transformer made by Virginia Transformer Company, and they provide you with the worst case noise data based on the configuration of the unit, which does include the fans.
Do these units sometimes have the fans on and sometimes not have the fans on, depending on load or external temperature?
Based on the temperature of the oil in the transformer, which would be a result of load, yes.
Is it mostly a result of load, or is it also a result of ambient outdoor temperature?
I believe ambient would have some play because it would affect the radiators and the oil, but it's really driven by the temperature of the oil. That's what you're controlling as the insulating medium in the transformer.
And as a battery unit, you might be running current through in the middle of the night because that's when there might be excess on the grid. So it's reasonable to include a high load in the middle of the night for a battery where it might not be for a peaker plant.
Sorry.
Does that make sense?
I would typically expect that the battery operation would be in the range similar to what Ms. Shaw mentioned earlier, kind of in that peak time frame of the need in ISO New England, sort of the 4 to 8 p.m. in the evening sort of time frame. And
well, that would be your outbound current. Oh, go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
Yes. Typically, you would discharge at the maximum capability of the system because you're offsetting that peak. But when you would charge, there's not typically a need, unless it's for a grid service where, for example, at times ISO New England has too much supply from its base capacity, and they actually want equipment to take capacity off of the grid. You might do something, but in most cases, the battery system, when it's charging, is going to charge at a lower rate than at that discharge because it's not needed to run as hot and as aggressively.
More slowly, fewer megawatts going through the transformer.
Correctly.
Correct.
Sorry.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. You may have said this, but is the capacity? Do you have capacity numbers on the maximum that you can recharge the batteries at? We might have asked you that before, but you would present with what you can deliver, but there's also a number of how fast you can recharge.
Yes, the system is sized such that the fastest, for simplicity, you could charge or discharge would be in a 2-hour time period.
It's symmetric in both directions. Okay.
Yes, but you could always do it charge or discharge at a slower rate. You just couldn't charge or discharge at a higher rate the way the system is designed and sized.
Gotcha. Thank you very much.
All right, I think I'm pretty much done with the noise questions for now, and I just wanted to finish off at least my questions with something that sort of I think just came up in terms of how these facilities would actually be operated and what market services they might be providing. So I know the company has informed us that these units are in the forward capacity market. They've cleared, they have a forward capacity obligation that comes with various requirements from ISO, which I'm hoping you can explain to us in sort of summary fashion. I'm also curious to know what other markets and programs you envision this facility participating in and where revenues might actually be coming from.
Polly, I assume that would be you.
Absolutely. Thank you. As stated, we have a 7-year capacity contract with ISO New England. A great deal of the value of this project is also doing energy arbitrage in the energy market. As Chris has just stated, charging when energy prices are low and being ready to discharge onto the grid when peak demand is highest and prices rise the highest. Excuse me. As we know, Massachusetts average energy demand has been staying flat because of the Commonwealth's wonderful policies on energy efficient appliances and buildings and so on. But peak demand has grown, especially over the last decade. In 2016, the State of Charge report relayed that 10% of the system needs were during peak, and that accounted for 40% of electricity spend. That is only going to get worse In fact, the Wall Street Journal just did a story on October 17th last week talking about upcoming potential rolling blackouts this winter because of the challenge of keeping the system in balance between supply and demand. In that story, the Wall Street Journal quoted power producers and analysts saying that winter peak gas prices could be several times what they were last year at this time, at the same period last year. So that value of energy arbitrage becomes greater, not just in a constrained period in the winter through deliverability constraints or competitive market pressures trying to get gas to Europe versus New England, but also into the long-term future as conventional units retire that would have provided some of those peak resources and renewable energy generation comes on that may not produce during that peak as effectively as the conventional units. Therefore, the energy arbitrage value is quite good now and growing into the future in our perspective. In addition, the project would be eligible for Clean Peak Standard certificates when it becomes operational. Those are trading units that are created by qualified eligible facilities that are producing during DOER established peak periods. Those CPS certificates can be sold directly to a broker or to a load serving entity that has an obligation from the state under the Clean Peak Standard program to procure a certain number, a percentage of sales of certificates to meet that Clean Peak Standard. So when this becomes operational, it will be one of the largest units that we can foresee in the Clean Peak Standard program. And that will have a great deal of stabilizing force on the program because of the predictability of a large asset amongst myriad smaller Clean Peak Standard assets, but it'll also be a significant source of revenue for this project. In the future, ISO New England predicts a lot more opportunities for fast, flexible dispatch assets, and that's exactly what battery storage is. There's myriad Commonwealth reports and ISO New England reports that I could quote that establish battery storage as a uniquely capable, fast flexibility dispatch asset. In ISO New England's last Future of the Grid report that was published in July of 2022, they look ahead to 2040 and the market needs and posit that many of the ancillary services, which right now comprise only $100 million of an $8 billion market, could grow considerably as these conventional units retire and the need for balancing and grid forming services such as from a battery storage could occur. So there's myriad opportunities over the 20-year lifetime of this project to capture more value for ratepayers by performing more services as the policies for those services unfold.
That is a lot to unpack, but very informative and very, very, if you weren't reading, it was very well composed. So thank you for that.
I'm a big fan of the Commonwealth policies.
Good to hear. So with regard to the forward capacity market and the company's obligation to perform under that program, what exactly does the company have to do on a day-to-day basis? Does it have to submit bids to ISO in the day-ahead market, offering to dispatch in certain hours at certain prices, or does it get activated only when ISO thinks that there's some sort of disruption in the market and need for balancing of some kind? How do you actually participate in markets as a forward capacity auction award winner?
On this, I'm going to turn to Allison Sand.
So in performance on energy, in the energy market, as Polly mentioned, we would be either bidding into the day ahead or real-time markets. But for the capacity supply obligation, or CSO, that we have, we need to be available and be able to make our 150 megawatts available during periods of need, which is driven by ICE New England's signal. So if there was an event that they were predicting where they would need additional capacity above and beyond what they currently have to meet demand, we would receive a signal and ensure that our battery was charged to be able to deliver that at that time. But we will be compensated in this contract to be available, essentially.
So is that different from, again, the day ahead or real-time energy market, this notion of being a capacity resource?
Yes, it's separate.
So is there a conflict in having to be ready to get that signal from ISO that says, hey, we need the full 150 megawatts of capacity for an hour or two, which is the rated runtime of the facility, versus, you know, running the battery down, if you will, when you are arbitraging in the market, buying low and selling high? Are those two practices in conflict?
Right. It's my understanding that if we received a signal from ICE New England that our resource was needed per our capacity obligation, we would refrain from participating in the real-time market at that time.
How much notice do they give you in advance that you're needed and you know, basically at the right state of charge to fulfill their expectation?
My understanding is that there's a range to the time frame in which they can give that signal, but I don't have the exact time frame.
And Ms. Shaw, you talked about the Clean Peak program. That's a state program run by the Division of Energy Resources, is it not?
It is. Excuse me for the lozenge in my throat. It was part of a 2018 Act to Advance Clean Energy that established the Clean Peak Standard Program. It issued authority to the Department of Energy Resources to issue the program rules and to establish certificates. Yes.
So we have three different things, at least, that we've talked about. We have a capacity obligation and responding to signals from ISO to deliver capacity when needed. We have energy markets, day ahead and real time, and then we have Clean Peak. How do these dovetail or conflict with each other? I'm trying to visualize this.
I'd start by saying that the unique and beautiful attribute of battery energy storage is it can perform myriad services in the course of a day, a week, or a month. It all comes down to the programming, dispatching realm of the contractual obligations and the engineering and design. So given that these are highly software driven, the overview is that they can mesh very well with exquisitely planned algorithmic delivery according to the rules and obligations of each of the services that they've contracted for.
So under the Clean Peak program, are you still selling in the wholesale market, but just getting a certificate or some premium value for dispatching at certain times that might be targeted by the Clean Peak provisions?
The way that it works is the Department of Energy Resources develops the rules of qualifying eligible facilities. And this project is a qualifying eligible facility per its rules that were established in September of 2021. Once operating, it will be registered with the NEPL GIS. And the way that the trading works is that looking back on the past month of operation, DOER will use that GIS information to assess the charging and discharging periods and come up with a mathematical calculation of how many hours of energy were shifted by our project during that peak period performance. That calculation produces the number of certificates that would be given to us, which we can then sell either again to a broker or directly to a load serving entity that has an obligation per the Clean Peak standard of a certain percentage of sales that it must meet.
Going back to Mr. Young's questions from earlier in the day, where he was asking about what type of energy might be used to, charge the battery versus what you displace when discharging, sort of dovetails to the Clean Peak program, and at least in my mind, because my understanding is that the Clean Peak program is predicated on a connection between renewable or clean sources being used to charge batteries that are then discharged in peak time periods. We're not talking about generating coal-fired electricity to charge batteries, are we?
No, you are correct. It is specifically a percent of electricity during peak hours that must be met with Clean Peak resources, of which these qualifying facilities then denote the resources. So it can only be certain qualifying facilities, renewable energy, for example, battery energy storage, combination renewable battery storage. And so
I'm sorry, combination what?
Renewable energy, for example. It could be renewable energy facilities. It could be battery energy facilities. It could be combination renewable energy battery facilities. Those are examples of qualifying facilities that can receive the Clean Peak standard certificates that enable the load serving entity to meet its Clean Peak standard requirement during that peak period. So yes, it is intended to try to clean the peak, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
In doing so, I'm sorry, let me ask you to clarify any remaining question about that.
Yeah, where I was going was, since your project is simply a battery storage project, you're not actually using a traditional form of or renewable form of quote generation in terms of burning a fuel or turning sunlight or wind into electricity, correct? You're just storing energy and discharging energy.
That is correct. And there is a specific subsection of the DOE regulations that define us as a qualifying facility. It's subsection C that shows that we are charging coincident with periods of typically high renewable energy production as a percent of the grid generation mix as defined in these regulations.
I see. So does that mean that as long as you're charging during what they regard as time periods where renewables are being generated, that you don't need any kind of specific contractual linkage to either renewable generation producers or perhaps buying, let's say, renewable energy certificates to establish that you're getting clean energy into your batteries?
That is correct. The way that the accounting takes place is through the NEPL GIS registration of our unit, which then uses the historical monthly charge and discharge hours at DOER to calculate the correct number of certificates that we are entitled according to the amount of energy that we shifted and what kind of energy it shifted.
So it's tracked through the New England GIS, which was a subject we talked a little bit about this morning, and I think there may be a record request on that topic. So, but that's the accounting mechanism to establish how much, renewable content there is, so to speak, in your battery that you're providing to the grid when you discharge.
Yes, that's our understanding.
All right, well, I think I am finished with my questions for today, Mr. Jabot.
Thank you, Director Green. Are there any other staff members who would like to ask any final questions before we wrap up? Hearing none, we'll adjourn for the day and reconvene tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. For intervener cross. staff follow-up and redirect if any. Everybody, thank you very much and have a good evening.